1, 2, 3, 4.
One of the things MTV was known for in its prime was its distinguished lineup of animated series. And while some were definitely better than others, they were definitely unique in their own rights, unlike the past 10 or 15 years or so where every animated show that isn't South Park or Family Guy is trying to be those shows. Like, it's at least better to try and be an MTV cartoon than Brickleberry or whatever.
Same beer?
Same beer? Same show.
But on top of cartoons, there was also a small number of puppet shows throughout their time of not only airing reality shows, such as 1998's Super Adventure Team, a parody of the 1965 British sci-fi marionette series Thunderbirds, in which you probably recognize its more recognizable parody, Team America World Police. And 2006's Wonder Chosen, a juvenile parody of Sesame Street which featured puppet segments, much like its subject of parody, and also spawned several memes.
I lied.
And bits popular to post out of context.
Ooga booga doo, ooga booga doo.
We got to celebrate our differences.
But easily the most notable MTV puppet show would be the Sifl and Olly show, which was one of the most underrated shows from a channel and era filled with underrated shows.
Hey, look at this. I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
Dude, listen, I just got the coolest video.
Really? What is it?
Dude, it's amazing. It's like completely banned in stores and video stores.
The Sifl and Olly show is a musical sock puppet show. Yes, sock puppets, created by Liam Lynch and Matt Crocco. Liam Lynch has been involved in a number of both comedy and alternative rock productions, both as a composer and a director for absurdist music videos for figures like Queens of the Stone Age, Foo Fighters, Royal Blood, Tenacious D, No Doubt, Eagles of Death Metal, They May Be Giants, and the king of comedy music himself, Weird Al Yankovic.
Look what I got here, Bob. A Twinkie Wiener sandwich.
And recently, as of writing, he even directed the Old Town Road segment of Al's Pokemania music video. He would also direct the film Tenacious D in the Pick of Destiny. Further, with the Jack Black involvement, he also contributed to a small number of the original songs for School of Rock. Also on MTV, he would write but not perform the theme song for fellow MTV cult show Clone High. The good season. And Jack Black also made a guest appearance in that series.
Solar babies, La Uva Loca, California's finest, all for you to smoke out.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
Matt Crocco is primarily a composer, including the ESPN sports comedic commentary series Cheap Seats, and Cartoon Network's most successful TV movie, Reanimated. He was also a member of a short-lived band called the Black Sunshine. Lynch and Crocco have both also released comedy albums by themselves and together, which consisted of more than just songs, including comedic conversations, skits, and interviews. Ironically enough, the origin of Sifl and Olly goes way back in the 1980s, meaning that much of their precursors are lost or unreleased media. Lynch and Crocco were childhood friends that shared the interest of comedy and music, so the duo would often create silly songs to entertain themselves. And this self-entertainment eventually motivated the duo to pursue professional musicianship. And the duo would eventually attend Kent State University together, but Lynch would leave Ohio to pursue education internationally at the Liverpool Institute of Performing Arts, but the duo remained in contact. In the early 90s, the duo would record the album Camp Sunnyside Up, which would not see a widespread commercial release until 1999. There was an intended follow-up titled Haunted Spaceship, but was never completed, but some conversational material was recorded, and it was repurposed into a sketch by Lynch as a Christmas present for Crocco.
Capri Sun. Squash. Capri Sun. Squash. Capri Sun.
The original vision was to personify the duo's voices with stop-motion characters inspired by the Aardman claymation commercials airing in the early 90s. But a stop-motion project wasn't in the budget, although stop-motion technology is far more cheap and accessible today.
Fire drills!
So what could be done with no money to comically personify the conversations without Crocco's presence eliminating the possibility of a live-action reenactment? Sock puppets. creating the duo of Sifl and Olly, Sifl the black sock personifying Matt Crocco, and Olly the white sock personifying Liam Lynch. The characters' names would be lifted from previous audio sketches, but multiple of these sock puppet skits would be created, and Lynch, often being in Ohio or England, would send these sketches to both MTV in their European and American divisions, seemingly because it was on brand with its surrealist comedy and music identity. Similar to how Beavis and Butthead justified its existence on a music channel with the music video segments, which were surprisingly influential to the art of making fun of shit on a couch internet videos.
What up? This is Dr. Trey.
Yeah, it's Trey. Check it out, it's Trey. Dropping plates on your ass, biatch.
The American division rejected the sketches, but the European division liked all of them and allowed the sketches to air as indents between commercials and shows. And the short European indents were eventually successful enough for the American division to change its mind and grant Sifl and Olly a full half-hour show. But now that we can actually see the socks in action, it was obviously extremely cheap to produce, starring 2 sock puppets voiced by the same 2 guys on a bad green screen. Much of the comedy taking an approach that balances ad-libbing with awkward realism.
Hey, buddy, you got a lot of nerve treating this little girl like dirt. Hey,
what?
buddy.
What?
You.
Hey, you can't talk to me like that on this show.
Oh, yeah? Hey, buddy.
What?
You know what?
Sifl, I'm gonna kill you, dude. This is probably my one and only chance to meet Winona Ryder, and you just ruined it.
It actually reminds me of Smiling Friends, which excels at similar conversational dialogue humor.
Yeah, I was just reading about how the Renaissance men are coming in town.
Who are they? Who's the Renaissance man?
And given that series' popularity and potential heavy influence, Sifl and Olly may have just been ahead of its time. And what did Smiling Friends also have? Puppet episodes. And why?
Good morning, Charlie. Would you like a peanut?
No, I'm all good, man. My grandma actually passed on from eating a peanut, so I don't really mess with that kind of stuff.
Oh my, that's awful. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. You didn't know.
Because this type of dialogue from these type of voices just works perfectly.
We're in hell for some reason, I'm not sure why, but...
Dude, I told you, man, you wanted to see a good rock band. All the best rock bands are in hell these days.
I don't know.
So it was just too good of an offer for the network to refuse, most of the cast being the creators with some minor exceptions. Sifl and Olly host a variety show where crude antics ensue, the show's assistant being Chester, who is not skilled at his job in the slightest.
You were raised by a tap dancing troupe?
Yeah, they kind of consider themselves a tribe.
Featuring a handful of minor characters that often disrupt or make guest appearances on the show, including Precious Roy, the elderly owner of Precious Roy Shopping Network, in which Sifl and Olly are reoccurring spokes puppets for.
Can we talk to Precious?
Precious.
This is Precious Roy! You kids get off my property!
No, Precious, it's the pirate cripplers.
Pirates? You guys are suckers!
Precious Roy, making lots of suckers out of girls and boys.
Stealth, the Jewish cigarette-smoking tough sock who only wants Olly dead because...
A little punk drove a golf cart through my bar mitzvah. And not only that, he was dressed up like a beaver.
Well, some things you just gotta let pass, dude.
How the hell am I supposed to let that pass?
And Sifl and Olly's landlord, who complains about their incidents involving monkeys.
This is your landlord.
Oh, God.
Yeah, what do you want?
2 words. Frickin' monkeys. You hear me?
Hey, they're gone.
These characters would be a part of various reoccurring segments, including Precious Roy's Shopping Network, a parody of the Home Shopping Network featuring absurd infomercials, which would also often involve the Civil War.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Precious Roy Civil War Corpses. Folks in heaven, the north and south are one. Show your American spirit and loyalty. Give these brave corpses a good home!
One of Precious Roy's products was electronic cigarettes.
The Precious Roy electric cigarettes. Oh, please, all you smokers do is lie to me. Well, slam the brakes on addiction, you're done smoking. Did you know, Sifl, that over the duration of this advertisement, smokers have destroyed more than 500 acres of rainforest?
No.
Yes, Sifl and Olly predicted vaping. Calls from the public, where the duo does as described, and all sorts of psychopaths would make brief appearances on the show.
Yeah, that's us.
Yeah, I just want to let your viewers know that there is $75 million inside a tree in Kent, Ohio.
Okay. Thanks. Why are you telling us that?
Well, I'm in jail, and I was bad, and now they're not going to let me out. And so whoever wants it, it's yours.
Okay, what are you in jail for?
Counterfeit.
Rock Facts, a trivia segment featuring very true fun facts about all your favorite musicians.
Absolutely nothing. I can't believe you would think that Bjork would have anything to do with Baywatch.
Bjork is often mentioned, and Bjork is just a running gag amongst the duo in general, I guess because funny name. Interview Time, an obvious interview segment featuring all sorts of notable guests for all the wrong reasons. One of which was a rap duo named Orgasm and G-Spot.
What's all that about the G-Spot thing, you know?
Yeah, that's my boy.
What's the
story?
Do you know him, actually?
Yeah. You wanna ask him?
Sure.
Yeah, can you get him?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Yo G, come here.
Yeah.
These guys wanna ask you something a little bit about us.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, okay.
What's up?
A rapper with the name G-Spot may have just been borrowed for Clone High, which that could just be a coincidence, but Liam Lynch was involved in both. S&O News, a news segment reporting their town shenanigans.
Today in entertainment news, Hollywood heartthrob Leonardo da Vinci...
That's not his name, dude.
I'm never wrong!
All right.
Anyways, Da Vinci was seen fighting outside a Hollywood bowling alley with another mega sexy superstar, Cheese Boy. The reason, reportedly, the fight was over the attention of Claire Dane. Cheese Boy, any comment?
You dead, Da Vinci!
There you have it. The gauntlet has been thrown.
A word with Chester. Chester is interviewed, with all his personal life details progressively getting revealed.
Are you still customizing that van?
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
What did you put in it?
It's Cody's van.
Cody's?
He's cool.
Oh, it's Cody's van.
Yeah, we put a bunch of little movie projectors, like some big leather seats and some bull whips.
For what? Why?
I don't know. He says it's good for the hookers. They like
hookers.
Yeah, the girls are the pretty girls with the sparkly clothes and stuff.
Yeah. You shouldn't. We know.
They make me laugh.
You shouldn't be hanging out with Cody, man. I don't think he's good news.
He's cool. He's a really cool guy. He plays pool. It's cool.
How do you know he plays pool?
I don't know. He's always talking about 8 balls.
And now Rock, which is one of the main musical segments, performing absurd original songs and covers, as well as It's Almost the End of the Show, a musical number to conclude each episode. The musical numbers being one of the show's strongest redeeming qualities.
Think you take Las Palmas? Take Las Palmas to Colorado. Take Colorado down to Pico. And that's how you get to Llama School. You go to Pico. You take Pico to Colorado. Take Colorado to Las Palmas. And that's how you get to Llama School.
Given the creators' absurdist musical backgrounds.
I got a girl, and she's got a daisy, crazy hazy daisy, and she's sunny side up. She carries around a bag of groovy marbles, every color, baby, 'cause she's sunny side up.
One of the numbers being a haunted spaceship, the title track of the canceled album that led to the creation of the characters.
Let's go on, a haunted spaceship, An alien's delight, a spacecraft fueled on fraud.
The number Prostitute Laundry was also referenced in episode 3 of the Boondocks.
I may be a pimp, but I ain't washing my hose. A prostitute laundry.
Cristal, every part of you being here is unacceptable. Do you realize I'm doing prostitute laundry?
The series ran for 3 seasons between 1998 to 99, but the 3rd season was greenlit and produced but never aired on television. But the series had gained cult status amongst its short time on MTV, and by popular demand, sometime in the early 2000s, Season 3 got a DVD release titled as The Lost Episodes. However, Seasons 1 and 2 never received a physical release, but would eventually be officially released digitally in 2015. But every episode is available on YouTube for free unofficially, which Paramount surprisingly doesn't have an issue with. But in 1999, seemingly because of the minimal success of the show, the Camp Sunny Side Up album did finally receive a widespread commercial release, it being advertised as weird stuff from the creators and voices of the Sifl and Olly show. Many of the songs from the Sifl and Olly show would see commercial releases on the creators' solo albums, including Liam Lynch's most commercially successful song, United States of Whatever.
I went down to the beach and saw Kiki. She was all like, and I'm like, whatever.
But unfortunately, not every song has received a commercial release since MTV was done with the show at that point. But in 2012, Machinima wanted to revive the series, but a proper revival would not be held, but rather a new series starring the cast. Liam Lynch owns the characters' IPs, but MTV owns the show, so it could be done without any consent from MTV. Machinima is largely considered to be one of the biggest business failures in internet history. It was a gaming network founded in 2000 that eventually networked with lots of gaming YouTube channels once YouTube became a thing. It is also a company infamous for mismanagement, which I won't get into, but it ceased operations in 2019. So this gaming entertainment company figured, why not bring back the cult show with a new spin, with the series Sifl and Olly video game reviews, which actually lived up to its slogan being real reviews of fake games, consisting of just that. The episodes being a short 4 to 7 minutes each. The fake games are of a similar nature to the fake products seen on Precious Roy's shopping network.
It's stealthy and it's hungry. It's feed the shark.
Now this one looks promising. You know I have a doctorate in shark studies.
The effort for rendering fake PS1-esque games is also commendable. It's the right amount of fake and vintage. Again, Smiling Friends excels at that.
Oh, I swear to God, if I had my Grimly gun on me right now!
Chester would also make a comeback.
Maybe you like to go on dates, and maybe we could ride a bike, maybe a bike for two in sandwich style. Bring it back old school, right?
Dude, stop.
Banana
What are
seat.
you doing? You're supposed to be introducing us.
Original songs would be performed for the show about the fake games, sort of making parody commercial jingles. A new original song appearing in the first episode, Motherfucking Pie, would also receive a commercial single release, but none of the other of the few songs created for the revival. Seeing the show in HD with a larger budget for Sifl and Olly standards is jarring to see, but it's not too polished to the point where it's distracting and loses its charm, something it very easily could have fallen into. So even if it was different, it still logically felt like a segment from the original series, which I imagine was the end goal with the revival here. The Machinima revival would be hosted on the main channel for its first 5 episodes, but would move to the Nerdlist channel for another 9 episodes. But about a year into the revival, once again the series would end. Sifl and Olly video game reviews is often dubbed as Season 4 by fans, the fans referring to themselves as sockheads. John Cena is even a sockhead as he follows the official Twitter account for when the revival was being held. But even if the show had ended once again, Sifl, Olly, and Chester would make brief appearances on Lynchland, Liam Lynch's podcast.
Hot iced tea with radishes, beets,
Dude.
and
Chester, what are you doing? We said you can't come in here.
These brief revivals being a testament to its street cred. I was first exposed to the show through clips of the original coincidentally around the time the revival was still active, because I guess it was relevant to the algorithm. And it's just one of those weird things I came across as a kid, but I'm very glad I did as an adult. Because I was a stupid child, the number Llama School legitimately taught me geography, as it was the first time I've ever heard of the location Las Palmas. And even to this day, if I see the name Las Palmas, I immediately think of the directions of how to get to Llama School. The show truly really feels like a misremembered childhood memory, at least to me, and that's a good thing because it's a testament to its surrealist nature. But no, it's not a fever dream or anything like that. It's an actual thing that exists, but it's excellent at that in its own right. Also, just a great example of being creative in your own limitations. The talent of the small cast and crew elevating 2 socks on a green screen into genuine comedy gold that was truly ahead of its time.
Do you ever wonder what could happen under an umbrella tree?
Under the Umbrella Tree is a preschool sitcom created by Noreen Young. Noreen Young is a name you may not know, but you may recognize the style of puppetry of.
Hey, look at this! I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
Noreen Young would build, create, and perform in lots of shows in the later half of the 20th century. This includes local shows that are lost media like Jack in the Box and Cartoonerville and What's New. What's New was a satirical series aimed at teenagers depicting various world leaders. Young would also be known for characterizing celebrities and world leaders as puppets. Read Along is the first of Young's shows documented in a serviceable quality, a series prioritizing spelling. The series Pencil Box was an anthology series, some of the stories being written by the child viewers that they happened to send in, and although successful, it was forcefully cancelled as a result of copyright complications. Given that lots of stories are adaptations of plagiarism, and it's not like these random kids could be held accountable. In the early 70s, a PSA duo named Blinky and Doyinkle were created, and the characters performed on a tour throughout Canada, in a live event titled the Blinky and Doyinkle Safety Show, which recordings still exist of.
I'd like to introduce you to some of Canada's finest children down here.
Hi! We're happy to meet you! Hi!
The live show eventually spawned television PSAs, which expanded the ensemble to include a dog, a voice of reason named Sniffer, and an antagonist, Pugsley Depew.
Really dangerous.
I know what it means. It means,
That can could explode.
Yeah, how?
Right!
Depew would often intentionally try to hurt the trio with the dangers of everyday objects, passing off his malicious disobedience of safety as mistakes. Afterward, in 1982, the characters in mascot suits created an 11-minute PSA titled The Adventures of Blinky and Doyinkle.
Uh-oh, here comes Mother. She's never seen green people either.
The first show Noreen contributed to on a recognizable network internationally was Nickelodeon's Today's Special, premiering in 1981. Nickelodeon being the international distributor, which at the time the network was primarily what we call Nick Jr. or Noggin if you're my age then. The series involved employees at a department store, the store location being used to educate the context and purposes of everyday objects, both acknowledging how every day of the audience's life is special and what the discounted item in-universe is. Young would create the puppet characters Sam Crenshaw, the store security guard, and Muffy Mouse, the rodent infesting the store. The series was acclaimed for its discussion of more serious issues, including alcoholism in an episode featuring Muffy's friend and professional photographer bringing alcohol into the store in which it isn't permitted and beginning to act hostile.
Well, I didn't know which way to go.
Some helper you are. Get out of the way, I'll do it myself.
Featuring no resolution but simply acceptance of another's substance abuse issues, and death in an episode featuring Muffy Mouse befriending a monarch butterfly named Hazel, whom passes away as a result of natural causes in the end.
Hazel?
Well, where is she? Hazel died. She's inside.
Sure she's dead? Oh, yeah, Jeff. She's not moving and her heart's not beating.
Similar to Blinky and Doyinkle, a series called Calling All Safety Scouts was a safety precaution-oriented series, each episode revolving around potential dangers within a type of location.
Before going out in his boat, he made sure that the weather was good, that each person had a life jacket, and that there were paddles and a bathing tin in the boat in case of emergency.
Noreen's most notable character, for all the wrong reasons, had to be Ananas from the series Télé-Français.
Il va manger l'ananas! Ananas, attention! Oh là, ananas!
Télé Française was a French-Canadian show with an emphasis on language skills. French is an official second language of Canada, most institutions being bilingual, so the show became popular as a teaching tool, but lots found Ananas to be unintentionally disturbing. Ananas is a talking pineapple, her name referencing the French word for pineapple. If you can find re-uploads of episodes and clips without a disabled comment section, it's most likely going to be adults reminiscing about the show, mainly being terrified by the, quote, demonic pineapple show. But throughout the years of working on these various shows, Young would develop and pitch the series under the umbrella tree, an educational series involving the daily experiences of a human artist who is roommates with 3 animals within a studio apartment, located under an umbrella tree. Muffy Mouse was originally supposed to be one of the animal roommates, but the character was repurposed for today's special since presumably the show had failed to get picked up for multiple years. Noreen Young would cast herself as Gloria Gopher, filling the role of Muffy Mouse. Young's brother, Stephen Brathwaite, who was previously the voice of the demonic pineapple and an additional puppeteer on Sesame Street's theatrical movie Follow That Bird, would be cast as Jacob Bluejay. Bob Stutt, who previously played Mort, Muffy Mouse's cousin, and played minor roles down on Fraggle Rock, would be cast as Iggy Iguana. Stutt would go on to play Molly, Lunette's silent dolly, and one of the dust bunnies on The Big Comfy Couch afterward. The human artist would be played by actress and singer Holly LaRock, who had previously appeared as a mother in The Adventures of Blinky and Doyinkle PSA. Her insert would be named Holly Higgins. As I described, the show is a preschool sitcom, and that concept may seem contradictory, but on the surface, its unique direction sparingly balances education and comedy, which is the show's greatest advantage. The Umbrella Trio are childlike roommates rather than pets, Holly being the voice of reason rather than a parental figure, which may seem like a disadvantage from limiting storytelling opportunities of discipline, but the mutual agreement of there's not really a boss allows cooperation in instances of conflict. The educational aspect prioritizing real-world scenarios, exaggerating conflicts for comedy but teaching interaction in the real world for educational substance. Conflicts often relating to unknowingly immoral or casual mistakes. There is no group dumbass, all the Umbrella Trio are responsible for conflicts, adding a hint of realism to the accountability conflict resolutions. The comedy from the unrealistic plot points of the episodes, sparingly balancing fiction and non-fiction throughout. Like any show with the format, there are exceptions obviously, but great examples include the episode I Am an Artist, where the newspaper is holding art contest where special buttons can be awarded. The Umbrella Trio each desires to acquire a button. Iggy disregards Holly, the professional artist's suggestion of time and effort increasing chances of awarding victory. Iggy's stick figures are not awarded, unlike Jacob and Gloria's more time-consuming illustrations. So in a measure to get the button, he takes Holly's old drawing and signs his name below, and receives a button. But unexpectedly, Holly's drawing is so good enough to be printed in the newspaper, which the whole neighborhood will see. So at the fear of plagiarism being recognized, rather than immediately confessing to it, Iggy has to collect the newspapers to replace Holly's drawing. But of course that doesn't work out because that objective is impossible. And after discovering the immorality, Iggy agrees to tell the newspaper company themselves that he did not earn the button, allowing comedy from Iggy's attempt to accomplish the impossible and the educational value from explaining the mathematics of effort and the immorality of plagiarism. The episode The Wedding features Holly and the Umbrella Trio's friend Jeannie getting married, so Holly purchases a large dress for the occasion. The Umbrella Trio becomes curious as to Holly's large purchase, discovering the dress, and Gloria becomes curious as to how she'd appear in it. While Holly is away, Gloria convinces the entire Umbrella Trio to lift her up so she can fulfill her curiosity, but are caught in the dangerous process. Gloria holding herself accountable for putting the Umbrella Trio in danger and creating a risk of damaging something valuable and invading Holly's privacy, allowing comedy from Gloria's absurd and dangerous solution to her imagination and educational value from the conceptual explanation of a wedding, the values of privacy, and the resistment of immoral desires. The episode Jacob's Girlfriends, featuring Jacob entering a dance contest with another bird, Arnett, that he believes is a bad dancer. But because he a player, he also gets gets the opportunity to participate in a dance contest with Darlene, a professional ballerina. So in an attempt to not upset Arnett and increases his chances of contest victory, he has to dishonestly claim his grandmother is sick. Out of concern, Arnett wants to visit his ill grandmother, escalating into Gloria agreeing to portray her, the portrayal backfiring.
Worm soup! Worm soup! Yeah, Jacob, I can't eat worm soup. I'm a gopher, not a bird.
A gopher? No, poor Granny. She's so sick. She thinks she's a gopher.
I am a gopher, Jacob, and I'm not eating worm soup even to play a trick on your friends. Jacob!
Allowing comedy from Jacob's absurd solution and educational value from the displaying of the importance of scheduling, commitment, honesty, and resisting greed. It's a fairly low-budget show, and it is notable with the actor limitations. There are instances where secondary characters show up, and the actor who plays the secondary character is also one of the main cast members. In the earlier episodes, which definitely feature less creative solutions, the main puppet character is established to be missing.
Boy, Gloria will be disappointed she wasn't here to see this.
Separate episodes about both Holly and Iggy's cousin, featuring the relative being played by the same actor.
There's no need getting your knickers in a twist.
Lorraine!
You're back! That I am.
You aren't riding your bike?
Not this time, Gloria. It's so good to see you, but there's no time to talk. I know, Holly, and I'm sorry things has worked out this way.
To combat limitations, Holly LaRoe would begin puppeteering the secondary character, Mitzi the dog, Gloria's best friend.
Hi, Gloria. Hello, Mitzi.
Hi, Holly.
Musical numbers are also present, although not every episode taking advantage of Holly LaRoe's musical background. LaRoe would later release a self-titled album in 2008, covering the Great American Songbook. But as the series progressed, its success and budget became apparent. Featuring more locations, puppets on screen all at once, and special guest Toronto Blue Jays center fielder Devin White. Originally airing on the Canadian Broadcast Corporation for 4 seasons, but receiving a revival on the Disney Channel, in which the United States met Gloria, Iggy, and Jacob for the first time. The revival would consist of 11 30-minute specials, essentially making a 5th season. In 1995, as a result of Young's multiple successful programs over the course of decades, Noreen Young would be honored into the Order of Canada, the second highest honor you can get in the Canadian system of orders. Being described as, quote, a masterful puppet builder and puppeteer, she has effectively used puppetry to educate children on such crucial issues as safety, nutrition, environmental awareness, and addictions. She has also delighted adults and children alike with her puppets Iggy, Jacob, and Gloria in Under the Umbrella Tree, the popular television show she produced. Her Canadian family-oriented programs, all of high quality, have been a breath of fresh air in a medium often dominated by other countries and by violence. Under the Umbrella Tree would air between 1987 and 1993 for 285 segments counting the specials, and would syndicate until 1997. Disney not utilizing their syndication rights afterward. The syndication rights expiring in 2005, Noreen Young now assuming full series ownership, allowing the first official home media releases with 8 DVDs cherry-picking episodes with about 4 to 5 episodes per release. The 4-episode DVDs containing 1 special, and unfortunately this was not a home media release of the entire series. And despite its success in its home country and multiple years of international syndication, Under the Umbrella Tree has faded into obscurity. But it's by no means forgotten. The characters would still appear elsewhere after the series run. In 1994, Iggy Iguana would make a brief appearance in a Canadian TV movie titled The Biggest Little Ticket.
Yeah. What's that?
My knight in shining armor. Damsels need never fear, Iggy is here. Hello, Sir Knight. I love being a knight. In fact, I'm gonna make it my new day job. You get it? Day, night, kind of a joke kind of thing. We got it, Iggy.
Later, in 1996, Young and Bob Stutt would become main cast members on Sesame Park, which is the Canadian version of Sesame Street, Sesame Street, debuting in 1969, has had over 30 alternate international versions to varying degrees of success, with the American originals version's emphasis on real-world settings and concepts. To reach its fullest educational potential internationally, international shows had to be created. Especially in regards to language and currency skills, a song about a language function or the worth of a dime doesn't really work with a dub if different from English or the States. Given the original being in English, the American would syndicate in Canada with some edits and some exclusive segments and Muppets under the name Sesame Street Canada as early as 1973, but a full Canadian Sesame Street series starring the exclusive Sesame Street Canada Muppets was successfully created in 1996 and would air until 2002. Given that it was for Canadian preschoolers, it was consistently bilingual, allowing lessons in both English and French. And some American English-speaking Muppets like Prairie Dawn, Grover, and the big dog himself, Elmo, would make guest appearances. Noreen Young would take over as Dodie, the elderly bush pilot, and Bob Stutt would take over as Basil, a childlike polar bear who struggles with learning French. Thankfully, his best friend Louis is bilingual. In 2005, Young would found an annual puppetry festival titled Puppets Up, in which the Umbrella Trio would serve as spoke animals in character throughout. By 2020, I think we all needed a good laugh and a smile. So an Under the Umbrella Tree reunion short titled The Mask Special was created, featuring the entire cast, including Holly, all being shot on blue screen of still frames of the original set from the show.
That was an idea of Travis and Ryan Gordon, two cousins who wanted to do something, and they really liked the show. So Travis, who used to teach at Algonquin College, which is in their video department, he did an amazing job of taking Umbrella Tree shows and using the backgrounds from those shows to create the background for this new tape that we did just a year ago. It was like a miracle.
Featuring comedy from Jacob's over-preparation and education for the reason Holly has been forced to quarantine being separated, and further recommended measures to avoid sickness. Yet another reunion would be held in 2022, a Canada Day celebration video titled What Makes Canada Awesome, in which the Umbrella Trio make guest appearances together in. As of 2 months ago, cameos featuring Gloria and Jacob became available to purchase.
Hi everybody, I'm Gloria the Gopher. This is Jacob Blue Jay, and we're on Cameo.
Yeah, right you are, Gloria.
The brief reunion specials being a testament to its street cred. And sadly, the show in its entirety in a high quality has not been re-released. You know, Disney could renew their distribution rights, if you know what I'm saying. The DVDs mentioned previously and TV recordings have surfaced online, but lots of episodes are lost in theory, because the episodes themselves are poorly documented, unfortunately, much like a lot of Young's work. Like, we have dates for seasons and whatnot, but orders are contradictory, and it's not like you can just Google what Season 1 Episode 23 is. The episodes that received DVD compilation releases were once available on a streaming service on YouTube titled Encore Plus, but have since been taken down presumably because of streaming distribution complications. But that wasn't any newfound content. There are 140 of the apparent 285 segments available on YouTube. So that's around 49%, nearly half of the series is missing. Which is unfortunate that it's faded into cult status, because it's a one-of-a-kind show that entertained parents and adults that would probably love to see it again. And I, not being alive for it, I would love to see more of the shenanigans held under the umbrella tree.
Once upon a time in the black part of the city.
It's a Dr. X Henny show.
Some legit man.
It's a Dr. X Henny show. It's a Dr. X Henny show.
Oh my God!
It's a Dr. X Henny show.
Got it!
It's a Dr. X Henny show.
Look at this.
It's a Dr. X Henny show.
With Minecraft.
It's a Dr. X Henny show.
Sex between
It's a
13
Dr.
and
X
17
Henny
year-olds
show.
can only be done with
It's
others.
a Dr. X Henny show.
Oh!
It's a Dr. X Henny show.
Look out! The homecoming queen's got a gun!
Founded during Y2K, Myx is a Philippine television network that was essentially a Southeast Asian equivalent of MTV. And MTV in its prime, pre-internet, was known for three things: its teenage demographic, its music-related content, and animated programming. Before of which adult animation wasn't really accepted as an economically viable category by television networks. A change in television they arguably created. Now, before the 90s, adult animation was nothing new, but it's Wait Till Your Father Gets Home from 72, or most of Ralph Bakshi's catalog like Coonskin or Frizz the Cat, household names. Not really. And they took the risk of making cartoons for teens to still be appealing to younger audiences by utilizing animation, but to not be too adult, given that a lot of cartoons in the mainstream were toy advertisements or for the whole family to watch after supper. With shows like Eon Flux, The Head, The Sifl and Olly Show, and Liquid Television, and the show that spawned from Liquid Television, Beavis and Butthead. And Beavis and Butthead was a huge hit, even if it had butt in the title and was a huge source of controversy. Sure, The Simpsons came out prior, and that was also a TV-14, and a somewhat controversial satire, but that wasn't super juvenile or anything.
Where's my burrito? Where's my burrito?
Now, I wasn't alive for Beavis and Butthead's premiere, but as a kid who grew up collecting vintage crap, I'd always see the merch in secondhand stores, and even as a kid I assumed it was just edgelord gross-out garbage because it had butt in the title. And if we go over to my generation, I never found shit like 2013's The Day My Butt Went Psycho funny. This show is based off a children's book and features the adventures of Zach, a 14-year-old, and his anthropomorphic ass fighting other, quote, butt fighters. Yeah, whoever made this should be on a fucking watch list. Or 2011's Fleabag Monkey Face, also based off a children's book, where the villain, Dr. Spamfleck's head is a dick and he has a chicken comb on, because this is appropriate for children. Why do they look like George and Harold from Captain Underpants in the Pete Davidson Marmaduke 2022 art style? Well, speaking of Captain Underpants, I remember in 3rd grade I discovered Captain Underpants and assumed it was edgelord gross-out garbage because the cover had an army of toilets and a naked bald man in the center. But in elementary school, you're always told not to judge a book by its cover, mainly so you'd have no excuse not to read what was assigned. But Captain Underpants I found surprisingly hilarious, and there was a reason I did, whether I really realized it or not. The point of Captain Underpants was to encourage children to question authority, and not just to be edgy, appearing as super gross so no adult would read it.
Children should be taught to question authority. Parents never teach their children to question authority because parents are authority figures themselves and they don't want to undermine their own bullshit inside the household.
With the gross-out comedy actually being purposeful for doing juvenile things to rebel against the teachers being the authority. Serving as a commentary on the American education system, from the conflicts often being a result of teachers' harsh discipline, covered in poop jokes. Being influenced by the author Dave Pilkey's struggles with dyslexia and ADHD in American public school. He even had to ask permission to go to the bathroom. He was constantly bombarded with pointless rules, ridiculous discipline, random searches, metal detectors, security cameras, and pharmaceuticals designed to make everybody compliant and docile. It was a lot like being a student at Jerome Horwitz Elementary School, except that prison had better funding. Captain Underpants and the terrifying return of Tippy Twinkle Trousers. And you're probably thinking, why am I talking about this? Well, Captain Underpants, another thing that it taught me beyond questioning authority, was that stories full of poop jokes can actually be deep if there's purpose to the shit. And if yo dookie ain't got no purpose, then it's just shit. And being bad and offensive is one of the worst types of bad to be, and that's perfectly on display on Myx TV's The Nutshack.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Going back to Myx, after its founding in 2000, later in 2007, Myx launched a sister channel in America under the name Myx TV, and targeted multicultural audiences given that it was an American division of a Filipino network. A Filipino network which was trying to replicate the American channel MTV, I guess, with shows like Slanted Comedy, which claims
the best Asian American show on the planet.
But to take the throne of MTV may have been a motive, because with the rise of the internet, MTV became outdated. Why wait for your favorite Britney Spears music video to air on MTV when you could just pull it up on YouTube and watch it as many times as you please? By 2008, MTV would only air about 3 hours of music content per day, and in February 2010, it's arguable that MTV died given that they stopped airing music content entirely. In fact, in 2011, presumably as a last-ditch effort to save the network, they brought back their most impactful yet controversial show, Beavis and Butthead. And this revival season bombed, which was unfortunate because it's one of the few good television revivals in my opinion, not just animation. And Beavis and Butthead mainly began to be associated with Comedy Central being reran over the years and getting a second revival on Paramount Plus quite recently, meaning that the basic mascots of the network kinda aren't even associated with the network. But Beavis and Butthead is a very important show, both to MTV's success and the fact that it was a hit and proved economic viability of juvenile adult animation. And like I said, I'd always see merch of it in secondhand stores and thought it was stupid, but I didn't actually get around to ever seeing it until I was like 13. When I saw the complete box set pre-second revival was on sale, and it was a ton of acclaimed content for a cheap price, so what harm could I do? And I wish I could see that first episode for the first time again. I was laughing my ass off the whole time. But Beavis and Butthead put MTV on the map. And later, South Park put Comedy Central on the map, which was next level juvenile.
Fuck off, you donkey-raping shit-eater! Yeah, shut your fucking face, Uncle Fucker!
And proved economic viability for a TVMA cartoon. Now, there's not a whole lot of production information on the Nutshack, but it's very safe to assume that given that a Filipino MTV set shop next to the American MTV, which was on life support, they wanted their own Beavis and Butthead / South Park for multicultural audiences. Their definitive satire, the thing you'd come to the network to see. So somewhere along the line, Myx TV greenlit 2 seasons of The Nutshack.
It's The Nutshack, on the only channel crazy enough to air it, Myx.
It is speculated that it was first in development as early as 2005 because the first 3 episodes were apparently completed in 2006, with the rest of Season 1 being developed in early 2007 and airing on April 25th, 2007. The Nutshack has some historical significance given that it was the first Filipino-American cartoon to ever air on American television, created by Ramon Lopez and Jesse Hernandez. Hernandez being the more notable of the 2 creators. He's known for combining urban graffiti and Aztec-inspired visuals. With these visuals, he's worked as a graphic designer, tattoo artist, and has designed some vinyl figures for Kid Robot. And in 2009, after the Nutshack, he was the host of Vinyl Addiction, a short-lived documentary series about vinyl figures which were first becoming a very viable product around the late 2000s. Both creators were Filipino-Americans, possibly raised in Cali, so in the eyes of Myx TV, they were perfectly qualified to make their definitive satire. The show was hyped up on the network a fair bit with the fact that promotional material still exists. And some official merchandise is in a circulation, like shirts proven through this interview with Gabriel Fluffy Iglesias, who wasn't involved in the show, and he's Mexican, but to quote himself,
Filipinos look like Mexicans that just woke up.
I guess he was brown enough to show up to the show's premiere and help advertise the show. The show was also advertised at WonderCon, an annual San Francisco comic and sci-fi convention featuring the Nutshack Girls.
Hang out with the cast and crew and Nutshack model Justine Haro. Get your official Nutshack gear and freebies. Enter to win an exclusive Nutshack painting and get the WonderCon exclusive Nutshack poster.
Yes, they got Asian cleavage models to advertise the show, so I can't say the network didn't advertise it. In fact, it even got its own website, which bits and pieces of the nutshack.net have been archived. The website's domain name has since been used for advertisement of meal kits. I don't recommend visiting the website now because you'll probably get a virus. So it's not like the show was neglected by the network. Well, it created a great example of just because something is objectively significant does not make it good to watch. And the show itself barely got any traction, but what little traction it did get was extremely negative. I mean, like, how many people were really tuning into something trying to compete to MTV when MTV was on life support? So making Myx TV in America was kind of an asinine business decision in the first place. So what was clearly supposed to be the bread and butter flopped, and the show became lost media and faded into obscurity. However, it did get a home media release of Season 1 in 2009. The DVDs were apparently manufactured in 2007, but as a result of the show's failure, weren't commercially released until 2009. The DVD featuring uncensored versions of the episodes not found on television. But just because physical copies existed, that doesn't mean it was widely available, still qualifying it as lost media. To this day, the DVDs are rare and demand about $300 USD on the resale market. So the show was such a flop that it wasn't even a desired piece of lost media. But 5 years later, after Season 1, in 2011, it came back for Season 2? So why did Season 2 happen if it was a huge bomb? Well, it turns out Season 2 began production in late 2007 and was completed in early 2008, meaning that the show was such a flop that Season 2 was shelved for around 5 years. I originally assumed because a small crew worked on it, it would take a long time to make, but by that logic, the show would have been in development since 2001. Which it probably wasn't. But if the show was such a flop, why'd they even make Season 2? Well, I assume it's because Season 2 isn't actually Season 2, it's just Season 1 Part 2, and given what they greenlit, the higher-ups were required to make it, but not release it. Season 1 has 9 episodes, and Season 2 has 7 episodes, so that's 16 episodes, which is not a whole lot. This is a common thing networks do, where a season worth of episodes are greenlit, but they split it into multiple seasons so they can hype up the fact that it got more than one season.
Look out for Season 2 of the Nutshack.
Guys, you don't understand. It has Season 2. It has to be good. But because Season 2 was made, and I guess that week they had nothing else to air, one day in 2011, for whatever reason, the grand return of the show was hyped up with a marathon and a TV special consisting of, like, games or something.
With special guests, stunts, and much more.
It's unknown if this games special was shot in 2007 or 8 when Season 2 was actually made, or 2011-ish when Season 2 was actually released. But from marathoning the whole show, every episode from the lost Season 1 was seen for the first time in the Obama years. Unless you had one of the rare DVDs. But despite lost media briefly reappearing, it wasn't desired and faded back into obscurity with Season 2, which presumably also performed horribly. Meaning that Seasons 1 and 2 were lost media, but in 2012, they were classified as found because of a YouTube channel that happened to have all the content known as the Nutshack Archive. This channel is an archive for all things Nutshack, since the network it was on doesn't carry it anymore. This channel apparently obtained a bootleg DVD of Season 2 from creator Ramon Lopez, so maybe this person attended the premiere or was in one of the events or something, or possibly worked on the show, but because of copyright infringement, kept an anonymous identity. The channel featured the uncensored DVD versions of Season 1 because Season 2 never got a home media release, but there's nothing to suggest that Season 2 uncensored edits were ever made. So I guess the uncensored animation and audio is technically lost media, but that's not really desired and Season 2 is already found. But the Nutshack was now found media, but nobody gave a fuck about it until one day, sometime between 2012 and the summer of 2016, the YouTube channel Silva Gunna got a hold of the now widely available animated series. And Silva Gunna is a shitpost remix YouTuber, meaning he makes shitpost songs but remixes them and comically clickbaits, presenting the viewers with file rips of songs from video games, but actually being shitpost remixes of video game soundtracks, being advertised as official alternate versions. Meaning that the first mainstream coverage the show had ever gotten was because a somewhat notable YouTuber acknowledged it, meaning that the internet had officially gotten a hold of the show. And you figured this theme song would be heavily remixed because it was a crunk beat. Well, it wasn't. The theme song was so fucking bad that it was ripe for meme material, and of course, people got curious to the quality of the show itself. Was this show as hilariously bad as the theme song? Well, in the summer of 2016, it was launched into infamy, meaning all the biggest cartoon reviewers of 2016 bitched about it.
Even the theme song sounds more like a mantra your friend repeats to you to annoy you on a road trip. Okay, it's a Nutshack. Okay.
He wears feel and loves the ladies. What the fuck is feel? Do you mean felt? Does he wear felt? I don't know.
The Nutshack. Yeah, one question. What the fuck is that thing? Is this the future? Is this why people want us to get deported? But as it gained traction on the internet, another major piece of lost media was proven to exist related to the show. An extended version of the theme song. This was proven to exist through an interview on Adobo Nation, which is a news block on the Filipino channel, a news station for Philippine culture, and was covered on the network given that this was the first ever Filipino-American cartoon on television. But lyrics never heard before could be heard in the background.
Watching the Nutshack, you learn about life, love, and diversity from all the wrong people.
Oh, that is correct.
It's lewd, it's crude, but totally hilarious.
This interview was once available on Jesse Hernandez's website, which is used primarily to distribute his artwork, but has since been taken down. Lots of shows have extended versions of theme songs you may have never heard because it's not typically ever in the show to not take time away from the episode, meaning that the commercial release of the theme song has the extended version. Like how Family Guy actually has an extended theme, but you may not know about it because it's never been in the show, but is on the Family Guy Live in Vegas album. But there was no Nutshack single or album release. It's not even on Spotify or anything officially to this day. But the theme song, like most memes, and the show's relevance in internet culture, faded from any public consciousness. But in January 2017, the meme had died, but two notable things in the show's history happened. First, on January 11th, the presumably lost extended version of the theme song was released by the song's performer, Nump, the Filipino-American rapper raised in the Bay of Cali. But this was truly the first time that anybody that had worked on the show was truly aware of the internet's ironic cult following, which may have influenced an event which launched the Nutshack into further obscurity. But by 2017, the memes had died out, and most people don't know that the extended version of the theme ever existed. It features a second rap verse, which was never used for the memes, which could also be attributed to the fact that there was no extended visuals or official music video for the extended theme song, meaning that the memes that do exist utilizing the extended version are reduced to audio memes. Unless you were willing to make a fan edit of an extended intro sequence. Also in 2017, Myx TV themselves uploaded the full series to their official news YouTube channel, which actually had been posting Nutshack content like clips in the intro since 2007, which was some of the proof that the Nutshack was once undesired lost media. But further, around 2018, Myx began to copyright claim the memes made over the summer of 16, and the Nutshack archives uploads of full episodes were taken down, but not the extras. And they had the legal right to on lots of instances, given that what qualifies as fair use kind of varies from shitpost to shitpost, meaning that the more transformative Nutshack shitposts weren't systematically dictated as using copyrighted content. If you were to count an edit as a censor for recognition, the more edits, the less likely it was to be taken down. For example, the Nutshack theme, but with Billy Mays, is still available on YouTube.
Nutshack. It's the Nutshack. It's the Nutshack. It's the Nutshack. It's the Nutshack.
There's tons of frequent cuts and Billy Mays footage, so it remained after the Nutshack meme apocalypse of 2018. In fact, this video you're watching right now may have to be re-uploaded because of strict copyright regulations that Myx TV holds against people covering their show. Even though this video is fair use, that disclaimer at the beginning actually has a purpose. Also, lots of swearing. This video may need a censored re-edit. A lot of the footage of the show in this video has been edited to avoid takedown. The largest playlist of Nutshack memes I could find has 173 videos, but 116 of them have been taken down for copyright infringement, so there's at least 100 lost Nutshack memes, meaning that the show that was once lost media now has fan-made lost media. But some people have posted their taken down Nutshack memes on Internet Archive, so if you have some that were banned from YouTube because of copyright infringement, put them there, because they are surprisingly important to the show's history. The Nutshack theme, but sung by a chorus of cute anime girls, may be banned from YouTube, but it can still be viewed on Internet Archive.
Dick man, baby. He raised Phil and loves ladies.
But the fact that Myx took down memes of it, which gave it the attention the network once wanted in 2007, made it even more obscure. In fact, if you didn't see the memes in the summer of 16 and you didn't watch cartoon reviewers in 2016, then there's a good chance you may have never heard of the show because it faded from the public. But there's a reason the show is now forgotten and was once a huge flop, then an ironic shitpost sensation, then a hate bandwagon, and now faded back to obscurity.
First season was freaking fantastic, bro. It was off the chains, man, monumental. As Nub would say, brontosaurus.
You know what, Mr. Nutshack? This show is pretty brontosaurus. A steaming pile of fucking brontosaurus shit.
Hey, what kind of talk is that, soul brother? Don't you know that black is beautiful?
Well, the show's quality kind of varies, but only in two ways. At times, it's either completely unwatchable, or so bad it's amazing.
What the f***, I'm white! You're welcome.
It can be ironically funny in pieces, but to get to the ironically funny parts, you have to find it amongst so much incomprehensible, unwatchable crap. So it has ironic redeeming qualities at least, but even worse is that there's tons of little instances of wasted potential throughout the character dynamics and some of the episode's concepts. The Nutshack is both a juvenile satire and a slice-of-life comedy, featuring a main ensemble cast of a Filipino family living in the inner city of Cali. Or at least I think. Let's see what the creators have to say in some of the behind-the-scenes promotional material.
If Dr. Dre had a show, this would be the show. This would be dope. Nothing but straight dope beats all day long.
So I guess they wanted to make a Dr. Dre cartoon, except what I think they meant was to be the NWA cartoon. Now, if you didn't know, gang called niggas with attitudes, which Dr. Dre was a part of, was known for a couple things, being its juvenile lyrics and comical glorification of violence and social commentary to justify it. And this was the Reagan years, so you couldn't really do that. Sure, fuck the police and gangsta questioned authority and glorified the murders of police officers and had lots of no-no words. But because of quality messaging and representing a lower class, was able to become economically viable, despite even being banned from MTV, forever shifting the standards for what you could say on a song, given the economic viability. So I guess they wanted to make the NWA of cartoons by having a cast of PWAs. Attitude in animation isn't really a new territory to break by 2007, given that Beavis and Butthead and South Park had broken those barriers already.
Mom! Kid is being a dildo!
But this was the first ever Filipino-American cartoon, and if it was a huge hit, it could have been much more historically significant. But unlike NWA, the Nutshack's most apparent issue is that it didn't understand satire. NWA, despite being so controversial and so heavily banned, still managed to have a platinum record because there was a point to what they were saying. Like, police brutality was an issue. It wasn't joking to kill law enforcement for no reason. Like, law enforcement had the tendency to abuse authority, with some no-no words for comical exaggeration. But the Nutshack doesn't use attitude to make points about anything. It's edgy for no reason and is edge over substance. It's specifically trying to be edgy rather than using edge as an enhancement to the displayment of points to make. And edgy for no reason is one of the worst types of bad you could be, because without it, it's just whatever the characters do. So this show consists of lots of sex for no reason, racism for no reason, etc. And it's insulting to watch. It feels like the people who made this watched South Park but didn't understand it at all and just laughed at all the swearing and not the point of the episodes, which was to be satirical. And as a kid who was raised on South Park, if my vocabulary didn't make that very clear, you bet your ass I didn't understand it as a child who shouldn't have been watching it. It's like they gave middle schoolers a budget, but they didn't. These were adults. Now, the most prominent jokes are dick jokes. This show loves dick jokes, but there's no purpose to any of the sexual imagery. It's just, look, it's a dick. It's funny because a dick is on screen. Like, just showing a dick isn't a punchline, but it does it anyway, and it thinks dick is funny and does it all the time. If y'all remember Seth MacFarlane's Cavalcade of Cartoon Comedy, there was a sketch in that web show called Name That Animal Penis, and it's just 2 minutes of showing animal dicks. Family Guy, at its worst, can be insufferable at times with lots of terrible shock humor.
Hey, Lois, if I was gonna kill myself, do I slit my wrists this way or this way?
But at least that's not like the whole show quality-wise, and there's still other jokes.
Oh my god, Brian, there's a message in my alphabet. It says, ooh.
Peter, those are Cheerios.
But the Nutshack is the absolute worst of Family Guy, on crack, consistently. It's just dick, 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 dick. The sexual humor is kind of blink and you miss it, but it's not clever. It's not stacking jokes, it's stacking joke because it's the same joke constantly. The best example of the constant sexual humor is the classic scene where a character named Phil Teabag, while wearing a shirt that says "Got Nuts," walks into a porn store and looks at a girl's ass, but then a chihuahua named Dildo, who has a giant boner, bites Phil in the ass. That's like 7 dick jokes in the span of 20 seconds, and every scene is like that. Or this scene, where it's implied that one of the characters got raped, and there's a severed dick on the floor. Why is there a severed dick on the floor next to a rape victim? Because dicks and rape are funny, that's why. Again, this wasn't made by middle schoolers. There's no attempt to even make a variety in the juvenile jokes. It probably has the world record for most amount of sex jokes in a TV show, and that's an awful thing because the show's one joke is dick! The show's title is both a dick joke and a reference to the nutty people in the hood that the characters reside in. But it's not just a bad satire, it's bad at every aspect. The animation for television is inexcusably low quality. Now, I know it's clearly on a low budget, but things like proportion and placement consistency doesn't really require a budget, but rather a good eye. There are constant, very obvious animation errors. Now, of course, most shows have animation errors, but they shouldn't be this obvious, this consistency. The character designs are the most 2007 thing I've ever seen, and that's a bad thing. Remember those fucking GameStop used game mascots, which were like Gorillas ripoffs? Look, that's just fucking noodle. It's like they brought those characters to life and made them even shittier. Like the characters' designs proportions are completely fucked up. Like why are Jack's shoes twice the size of his legs? Phil's hair, bracelet, shirt, and outlines are all the same shade of black. So when his arms crosses his torso, they just randomly glitch through. The hand proportions are the most consistent inconsistency. The character's hand should be wider than the arm width, but not larger than the fucking head. Like, what's up with Jesus's feet? This show is so bad that it's making me talk about the toes of Christ. Characters are often lazily zoomed into, so they have to be animated less, which was like the shit that was industry standard in the 70s.
Yeah, you said it.
Hey, when do we play?
Sometimes shots are reused in the same sequences. The first episode has an epic scene of Horat throwing poop at everybody on an airplane, and they just loop the same poop throwing animation 4 times in a row. And yes, the show has flat out action sequences sometimes. During the same fight scene, they reuse the same stomping animation 6 times in a single shot. The fights are executed with heavy cuts like clip screaming YouTube videos from 2007 because they were lazy or Fred Figglehorn was about to pop off. And again, it's on a budget, so I'm not expecting it to be super fluid. Like, even if you don't have the money for super fluid movement, at least make it comprehensible.
Oh yeah? How about this mother? Oh
Like, you couldn't show the bottle hitting the characters, they just cut away with a crash sound effect. The backgrounds don't match the characters' geometry at all and look like fucking Go Animate stock backgrounds. And what year did Go Animate come out? Fucking 2007. But the main cast consists of 2 cousins, Phil and Jack. Jack's robot Tassir, Phil and Jack's uncle Tito, and Phil's friend since childhood Cheetah, who isn't related but is often seen hanging around their apartment. Tito Dick is clearly the most gangsta character because of his epic bling, which loops obnoxious shining effects constantly. But Jack has a pet robot, cyborg Tassir, which is a type of primate found in the Philippines named Horatio, aka Horat. I guess he's supposed to be the family pet who's casually sentient, like the show's own Brian Griffin. And then Phil's best friend, Cheetah. The family dynamic is that Phil was raised by his uncle Tito Dick, and Jack and Horat moved from the Philippines to Cali to live with his uncle, and Cheetah hangs out a lot. And the characters barely have personalities, but like, Phil is an asshole and like, Jack is a dumbass. Horat is basically the same character as Phil. Tito Dick is like a father figure, I guess, but he's also just a sexual weirdo, and Cheetah is the voice of reason, I think. Jack also has a crush on Cheetah, which the show does nothing with besides sex equals funny. But one thing that could have been interesting is the main family dynamic, given that the show is about growing up in the hood and has kind of a found family dynamic. Since a single uncle living with his 2 nephews is a non-traditional family, and it could have been interesting to see, because the family setup wouldn't be like a lot of sitcoms, which are just mommy and daddy and their multiple children. But the show barely does anything in having a non-traditional family, which is mainly representative of the show's missed opportunity about making a show about growing up in the bad part of town. It has a ghetto setting and not a happy suburban neighborhood with no Negroes in sight. The show has chocolate, but doesn't make the chocolate interesting, which is a worse crime than being vanilla. And it's an astounding fuck-up, which is unfortunate because it could have been the #1 show for the hood and meant a lot to people. It came out at the right time, right before the Great Recession, too. Not everybody has money and alive parents, and this show could have taken the advantage of unfortunate realities of society and been a good comedy from overcoming daily struggles. The presence of poverty, which could have been a reoccurring theme in the show, is heavily underdeveloped. There's so much sexual content for so little reason. Every female character is dressed like a whore for no reason but sexualization, and boobies are funny, aren't we, edgy? But what about the other nuts in the shack? Well, there's a large supporting cast all from different sides of the hood, meaning more shitty and annoying characters. There's Dwayne, who's the landlord of the apartment the family lives in and often pops up unwanted because he can. He's just unreligious Flanders, and stock music plays anytime he enters the room.
Heidi-ho, neighbors! What's going on? Anything cooking?
You know what's bullshit? This fucking show.
Can't forget Ed, he's a stoner because weed equals funny. Ed's best friend is Angel, and they work as mechanics and often appear together. Jerome and Jamar are presumably rivals to Phil and Jack because they compete against them in thuggish activities. Surprisingly, the only black character has a purpose beyond making fun of an ethnic group.
Yeah, bitches. Yeah. Yeah. Damn, straight.
Like Willie, he's a homeless alcoholic and throws up all the time. Cherry Pie is a Vietnamese transsexual and is an excuse to make fun of Vietnamese transsexuals.
Oh my god, look who here! I feel so hot all over when I see my favorite boyfriends.
Damn, Cherry, where'd you get that scarf, the Onceler? Sanji is the local porno shop owner and is just an excuse to make fun of Indians.
Oh! Oh!
Manu is just an excuse to make fun of Hawaiians.
Where you going? Hey, brother. My bed.
The rapper Nump, who sings the theme song, also has a self-insert and appears in the intro and a couple times in the show as well. And if you couldn't tell so far, the voice acting is incomprehensible, not just from the ethnic punchline characters, but from the main characters in general. Now, given the show's insistence on multiculturalism, there are lots of characters in the show that were given heavy accents, but they're all voiced by Americans, so the accents aren't authentic.
The efficientness of my racism is awesome.
Damn!
If anything, all the Filipino characters should have been raised in America, so the team could use their talking voices and natural accents more frequently. Phil sounds like he has a fucking sinus infection and drunk constantly. I say this because he sounds congested and slurs his words a lot.
What the hell is wrong with you, tingling? What did I do to deserve?
He does this laugh a lot too, which is disgusting.
Happy Halloween, faggot.
Jack and Tito Dick were raised in the Philippines, so they were given heavier accents, but I don't think anyone has this accent.
Damn it, Phil! You better not get us deported.
I can be your dad too, Phil. Who's your daddy? Me.
Cheetah is the only character in the show that's comprehensible.
Hey, Jack. You excited about going to Lake Tahoe?
That's because it's just the actress's normal talking voice.
Is because what other cartoon is out there, or even show that is out there, that represents the Filipino-American community?
Like, why couldn't they just do that for all the characters? If bilingual Filipino voice actors weren't in the budget, then why resort to making fake accents? Like, just give everybody an American accent instead of this fucking fake shitty accent, Phil. Like, all these characters sound like one of the characters is making fun of somebody else and not an actual voice somebody has in the universe. Like how in the JoJo and Bobo show, all the shitty animal sidekicks are just the owner's voices with speech impediments, JoJo's. But neither Dick's or Jack's voices aren't even the worst. The worst voice is Horat's.
Don't even trip, Jack. That can happen to... Nah, you right, man. That only gonna happen to you, bitch.
So since Horat is a robot, they tried to make him sound robotic, but they put like 20 fucking filters over the dialogue, and it's incomprehensible.
I alone know the path to the Ja Rule. Bob Marley is the truth, man.
I guess it was because it was 2007.
Unrealistic high-pitched voice equals funny. Again, Fred was about to blow up.
The sound design is just shit in general. It's supposed to be if Dr. Dre had a cartoon, so there's kind of an attempt at a G-Funk sound design, but all the beats made for the show are just loops with little to no compositional variety.
Oh my god, that is not pretty. That is bullshit.
There's an instance of a real Slim Shady plus Nothing But a G-Thang parody, and the beat replication is terrible.
Cause I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady, and look at Kim Shady, she just got degraded by some bird. Yes, bird. She ate it with her lips, biatch.
1, 2, 3 into the 4. Whoop, ducky, duck, and 2 quack hopped on your hoe.
And who produced both those songs? Dr. Dre. I wonder if Eminem has seen this parody, considering he helped make the Slim Shady show. He'd probably find this whole show hilarious. They reuse this parody beat on tons of other instances, and it's distracting.
You're right, eh? Dude, I love.
But on the subject of rapping, the fucking theme song is infamous for a reason. The phrase, "It's the Nutshack," repeats 12 times in the chorus, and it never even establishes what a Nutshack is. After the chorus, it proceeds into a rap verse describing the main characters, then a repeat of the chorus. The lesser-known extended version featuring a second rap verse and a third instance of the main chorus. It's legitimately debatable what the lyrics even are, since Myx TV themselves refuses to elaborate. There are comments from the summer of 16 saying that this person got lyrics wrong. The various lyrical sources are extremely contradictory. The Genius Lyrics page has 34 fucking contributors, 3 of which are verified scholars. The song was produced by a DJ named Stephen King, but if the author produced this, it would be fairly appropriate because it's horrific. The mixing is shit, and there's so much slang at a fast pace that it's difficult to understand. Is Jack a fucking PNG YouTuber? This theme is a fucking disaster and it's amazing. It has some ironic value, so it's not the #1 worst theme song ever, but it's not far off, and I could say it's better than Angela Anaconda's.
Shooby-dooby-doo-wah-wah. My name is Angela, and you are not
Why is he jizzing on babies? Why is he laughing at jizzing on babies? The fuck up is astounding, and you've heard it all. Good night.
What the f? Once upon a time in the black part of the city.
Oh, it's Tito Dick Man, baby.
YouTube.com/@DrXHenry. How dare you criticize the Nutshack? It is the greatest show ever made because it had diversity. That's it. Time for Punishment Day.
You damn cracker bitch.
Because Jesus Christ.
Alright, let's go back to the H.W. Bush years. In 1992, Cartoon Network released, and what seems like a basic concept now was a luxury at debut. Previously, cartoons only aired on dedicated TV blocks, but with a dedicated TV channel, the novelty of Saturday morning cartoons was lost. Nickelodeon and Disney Channel existed prior, but they never only aired cartoons for appeal of their own target demographics, because that would be expensive. What was clearly an expensive business experiment created a specialty that completely paid off. Now, of course, they did rerun live-action kids movies, but that was a pleasant weekly movie night. Like, I'd always watch one of the Wimpy Kid movies if it was being reran on there. Also, live-action hybrids, like Garfield, A Tale of Two Kitties, stuff like that would air a lot too. So, cartoonish enough and relevant to the target demographic. There have also been some instances of puppetry in the programming, like Big Bag and Pillywag's Mansion, a pilot I remember being disappointed that it never got picked up. And puppets are close enough to cartoons, right? But regardless, by the time Cartoon Network had lost its novelty of only airing cartoons, they decided to act more like their competitors, Disney Channel and Nickelodeon, both networks also being known for their sitcoms of varying qualities on top of their signature animated series, which eventually led to a programming block called CN Real. Real implying live action because of the immediate contradiction of live action being aired on Cartoon Network. This contradiction being an immediate red flag. And CN Real is right because it's a real pile of shit.
Oh, shit, it's Bill Cosby!
Say, look at this. I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
You're watching Cartoon Network.
The CN Real block would begin in 2009, but what influenced an entire block? That's dedication. Surely there had to be an influence. Well, a TV movie titled Reanimated in 2006. The movie is an animation live-action hybrid, basically Roger Rabbit, but starring characters that nobody gives a f*** about on a shoestring budget. Donald, it's not the 40s anymore, so cartoon's enough, right? This is also sort of comparable to Lizzie McGuire, which despite only airing for 2 seasons from 2001 to 04 with 1 movie in 2003, it's one of the most beloved children's sitcoms of its era.
Favorite 3 white people?
Hilary Duff.
Okay, why Hillary?
Because she's from Lizzie McGuire.
One of the main gimmicks being that Lizzie would appear as a cartoon mid-live action scenario. This may have been influential to its competitor, Cartoon Network. None of the cartoon characters in the movie are licensed, and it's an entirely original cast. But this is a Cartoon Network movie, and yeah, there might have been copyright complications, but why not include other Cartoon Network characters? It being a celebration of Cartoon Network's history up to that point could have been a main selling point if they put the money in. I mean, like, Roger Rabbit is the standard here, and that had like every notable cartoon character up to that point, except for Awful Be Bad, sadly. The cartoon members of the main cast are supposed to be like vintage cartoon characters that have resonated with families for generations, but they look straight out of 2006. Like, they look like they're gonna slit their wrist with an Invader Zim hoodie on later. Like, animated Lizzie McGuire actually looks more vintage and is typically more well inserted geometrically. All the characters are also lame as shit. And it makes sense for them narratively to be Disney allegories, but there is zero imagination here. Golly Gopher is Mickey Mouse, but a gopher. You may recognize Golly from the Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends TV movie Good Will Hunting, in which he makes a cameo. Speaking of Foster's Home, the pilot was a 66-minute special House of Blues that was later redistributed into 3 22-minute parts. So as we'll see later, Foster's may have additionally been influential to the creation of Out of Jimmy's Head. Anyway, back to the characters. Dolly Gopher is Minnie Mouse, but a gopher. Tux the Penguin is Donald Duck, but a penguin and a bad comedian. Croco is Goofy, but a crocodile. Prickles and Pickles are Tom and Jerry, but a pickle and a porcupine. Pickles looks like a John K. character. Bro think he pickle. Milt Appleday is also the stand-in for Walt Disney, even dying from eating paint instead of cigarettes. So anyway, our protagonist Jimmy lives in a world that is fairly cartoonish, not really allowing a contrast between the ways cartoons and humans act, and his dad is the principal and a possible Dan Schneider.
It's me, Robin. Ooh, I wish I...
His mom is an astronaut and his sister is an alien because wacky. He also has a minority best friend and love interest girl because 2006. At Bootleg Disney World, they dick off and meet Flo from Progressive. And part of the main plot is based on the conspiracy / urban legend, whatever, that Walt Disney was chronologically preserved in liquid nitrogen vapor chamber so he could come back to life when technology got good enough to reverse death. And his actual frozen corpse is under Cinderella's castle or the Pirates of the Caribbean ride in Disneyland Cali. It's just a dumb thing that you say to your child on a Disneyland vacation. And this dumb conspiracy bullshit is actually canon in a Disney parody universe, which is actually pretty funny and a clever niche. It's just odd for Cartoon Network standards and subverts your expectations. Too bad that's literally the only funny thing about this movie. But Jimmy gets hit by a train at Bootleg Disney World. And as a result of the injury, he needs a brain transplant, so they just take Walt Disney's brain. The antagonist being bootleg Walt Disney's son, Sonny Appleday, and he's somewhat memorable as a purposely ridiculously hammy villain.
Could you pass your brain?
What?
What? I'm in gravy.
This had a budget, he'd probably be played by Tim Curry. And as a result, he hallucinates the various Disney allegories. The characters themselves are invisible, but have real-world consequences. So Jimmy is basically schizophrenic. The animated characters are lazily animated into shots. There is often zero attempt at perspective. The lack of shadows in lots of instances is distracting as well. Not all shots, but lots of shots are either close-ups or shot reverse shots of the animated characters. There's not a lot of that precision that they clearly put into developing Roger Rabbit. When I was like 7, I actually remember watching The Amazing World of Gumball's series premiere on May 3rd, 2011, and being amazed how it sparingly incorporated live action for its backgrounds. Gumball came out later, has no live-action human reoccurring characters besides Sussy, and is available in better quality, obviously, but it's so much better polished and precise. You can tell that they took all the background photos, which are very well lit at super precise angles, and photoshopped convincingly to be cleaner. This is Roger Rabbit level precision, even if it's not technically the same thing. With Reanimated's animation production value, there's nothing to be amazed by. Jimmy has to deal with the consequences of seeing cartoons, and the child is forced to be the CEO of bootleg Disney. Golly, driven by greed, is sort of a twist villain, manipulating Jimmy throughout. His responsibilities conflicting with his family and friend relationships, including Girl, because 2006. Shenanigans ensue, and it sucks hard. It's not like the company here was inexperienced with animation. It's a Cartoon Network movie. Like, you'd at least expect the cartoon half to be good. This movie sort of ends on a cliffhanger of will they, won't they with Girl, and Reanimated became the highest rated original movie in Cartoon Network's history. Not that there was much competition. Most Cartoon Network movies are based off their shows or other IPs, very few exceptions, but without a proper series, Reanimated was a hit. So it spawned a TV show sequel rather than a movie sequel. But after Reanimated, Cartoon Network started making live-action remakes of their shows as well, with Ben 10 Race Against Time and its sequel Alien Swarm and Scooby-Doo The Mystery Begins and Curse of the Lake Monster. Out of Jimmy's Head was the sequel series to Reanimated. I swear, I saw it once at like my great-grandmother's house or something and thought it was kind of neat that it had cartoons in live action, which is a novelty concept when you're first exposed to it as a child. I didn't love it or anything. Now, of course, the combination gimmick is nearly as old as cartoons as early as 1925. But maybe Reanimated was my generation's Space Jam. But Out of Jimmy's Head would feature the main lead, Dominic Janes, as Jimmy, but minority best friend and Girl would be recast. They might have changed races, but they're still minorities. The kids will never know. Changing races is just part of puberty, I guess. However, the characters' designs are upgraded, and their geometry and proportions make the illusion of being vintage characters more convincing. They look less 2006-ish. Some of the random background cartoon characters also having more rubber hose-ish designs. Although the animation itself isn't much of an upgrade. The lack of perspective and shadows on lots of instances not helping either. The first episode features a recap of Reanimated.
Hey, yo, the pizza here.
The direction is a little less of a live-action cartoon and more of a slice-of-life show with the twist of seeing cartoons characters. So the hammy meter is cranked down a little bit, which does improve the contrast. The dad and villain Sonny Appleday still remain over the top, Appleday's motivation of trying to steal Jimmy's brain being continued. The conflicts of the show are generic cliche crap. Oh boy, a talent show, ghosts, being sick, a bully, roller skating, making a homemade movie. Checks off all the boxes on the generic kids sitcom plots list. The bootleg Disney ensemble is fairly underutilized here, possibly just trying to bank off the children that missed Lizzie McGuire. Although it's not like quite Fred the Show bad or anything, the show bombed, it's nothing special, and the gimmick wore off to its audience of children. In fact, the show was lost media from 2008 to October of 2023. The show had one DVD release of only 3 22-minute episodes. And you gotta understand, the internet was still newer, but pretty prominent by 2007. Most Most shows that air on mainstream television post-internet don't go missing. The internet is the greatest thing to ever happen to media preservation, even if it's not legal a lot of the time. Thanks, Al Gore. Like, this went missing somehow. That is how poorly received it was. But in October of 2023, somebody found old recordings that they happened to have when the show was being aired, coincidentally having the remaining episodes. So Jimmy and his cartoon hallucinations didn't last long. Reanimated might have only been successful because it wasn't a high bar, but it was half cartoon. Disney and Nickelodeon still had the advantage of live-action sitcoms. So in 2009, they abandoned Jimmy and Golly and Friends and officially started the CN Real TV block on June 17th, 2009.
This is a visual aid. This is our Cartoon Network programming visual aid. The white represents the cartoons we show most every night. And this represents CN Real on Wednesday nights.
Read from sheets. I am Sofa King.
Sofa King.
One of the executives that is often riddled for its conception was Stuart Snyder, who was the president of Cartoon Network from 2007 to 2014. He became president after Jim Staples resigned as a result of the Aqua Teen Hunger Force : movie film for theaters marketing controversy.
Dude, check the news. It doesn't matter what channel.
Promote a movie coming out in May based on an animated series on the Cartoon Network called Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
This involved hanging LED lights of character in which citizens of the city of Boston, Massachusetts interpreted as a terrorist threat, as this was a time of the war on terror progressing in a post-9/11 society. Snyder is often blamed for CN Real a lot online, but the network in general was clearly heading in the direction of diversifying the lineup with live action. So although he absolutely approved of this, to say it was entirely his fault was a bit of a stretch.
I am Sofa King retard. You say funny thing.
Real kids doing real stuff in real situations.
CN Real was marketed with the main emphasis on subverting your expectations. It's actually similar to when MTV stopped airing music content in 2010, trying to pass off the rather oxymoronic change as cool and subversive. MTV is so dead that if you just look at their schedule, there's a good chance they're just airing the same show nearly all day. So over the course of 2009, 5 shows were added to the Cartoon Network Real lineup. Not a single new cartoon released in 2009. Stuff like Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, codenamed Kids Next Door, and Chowder were still airing new episodes, wrapping up, or being reran. At the time, there was still cartoons, but no new original animated series throughout the entirety of 2009. These shows would syndicate concurrently, but would not all release at once. I'll go roughly in release order, sources are inconsistent.
And 8 teams braved the wilderness.
I'm not doing things to punish them, just to prepare them for survival.
On Survive This.
Survive This was just a carbon copy of Survivor, but PG, I guess, that Cartoon Network syndicated but did not make. There was no reason to watch this over cult phenomenon Total Drama, which started airing on Cartoon Network in 2007 as a parody of this genre/Survivor. And I am super nostalgic for like the first 4-ish seasons of the show. The main appeal of it was its edge, and parents assume, oh, it's on Cartoon Network, there possibly couldn't be anything potentially inappropriate here, but it refuses to die because it was the one show that had censored nudity and curse words, which were toned down like after season 3, but what would you rather watch as a kid? An edgy animated parody of Survivor, or a ripoff of it? The show only had 26 episodes in total, but only 10 were ever aired on Cartoon Network. I guess it has teenagers as the challengers and target demographic instead of alcoholics in their mid-30s. It's available on streaming and not lost media, but I don't know why you want to watch it. It's a challenge to survive watching this show without grabbing your pop's pistol out your nightstand.
I mean no harm, spirits. Just touch my butt.
Next was The Othersiders. This was a ghost hunting show for children, like Paranormal Home Inspectors on Cartoon Network. Most of these types of shows are like, Our daughter died in this house. Oh, this is haunted. So these shows are just dicking around, pretending to be serious in random locations suspected to be haunted. Oh no, the room is dark. Like, what child would watch these shows? These are for, like, grandparents that watch History Channel. It's a fake ghost show like Ghost Hunters, which is an entire genre of bad reality show. But this has, like, no speck of violence or anything, because it's for kids. So they can't even be, like, cool with mythology or anything. Not much to be frightened over if there's nothing horrifying allegedly happening is described. I guess it had a Disney Channel-esque lineup of teenage hosts instead of a bunch of 40-year-olds screaming over fake shit in the dark, so it's a little less embarrassing to star in. Oh no, the place got abandoned. It's empty with some things because it's an abandoned location. Oh my god, guys, there's no lights. It's abandoned. It's green. It has X-ray vision. The green is scary because ghosts are green. I'm gonna piss myself out of fear. Oh my god. Apparently, around its air date, it was available digitally on iTunes, but nobody bought that shit. It was pulled sometime after. The show went missing and was lost media until about 2016. In 2021, one of the main archive YouTube channels possibly got a copyright strike because of it, but the other episodes are still available, but harder to find. So there's a good chance Cartoon Network or its creator or something wants this hidden, and that's absolutely justifiable because this is embarrassing. But if you make a ghost show involving screaming over fake in the dark for 22 minutes, you deserve to get canceled.
And if they can fight the G's, they could win a few on Brain Rush.
Brain Rush was a combination of Jeopardy and roller coasters because roller coasters, I guess. It's a trivia show first, but a roller coaster show secondly. I expected this to be like about the making of roller coasters or something, but how could you possibly be here for trivia? It's just stupid niches that nobody would know. And it's not like watching other people ride roller coasters is fun. The series was shot at Knott's Berry Farm theme park in Cali, and I'm not from Cali, but I've never heard of that. I guess Disneyland or Universal Studios wasn't in the budget. It only aired for 6 episodes and was lost media until 2018, with the exception of episode 4, which only bits have survived of. Overall, just a pile of theme park concrete vomit.
I'm Andrew WK, and this is Destroy, Build, Destroy!
Destroy, Build, Destroy is probably the most notable CN Real show. The host, Andrew WK, was sort of the mascot of the TV block as well. He is also a somewhat notable metal musician, and I guess he was in the budget. And I have to say, he actually tried, unlike any of the other hosts on this block. Like, he's energetic enough. He gets the point of the show across. The point being blowing shit up. And I gotta say, I actually liked this show growing up mainly because you got Andrew's screaming and explosion, which works great for hyper-stimulating children obsessed with violence. Dude, the Annoying Orange annual special, Kill Clips Apocalypse, I was super hyped for annually back then.
Hell yeah, food death.
Destroy, Build, Destroy is a game show with explosions and building random crap. And you're not here to learn for this, you just want to see fire, fire, fire. It somehow manages to make literal explosions boring and repetitive, and Andrew WK gets annoying after a while too. You know, because he's always screaming, oh my god! Honestly, the best thing to come out of the show was its parody on the 2010 Mad animated series, which I've said before is pretty funny, but also very dated. And this is a great example of it being dated, since it's such an obscure show that was concurrently airing with the Mad cartoon series in 2010. In the parody sketch, Andrew WK shows up to Bob the Builder's workyard, and he even gets to voice his insert as he murders Bobby's group of sentient construction vehicles. It got 4 seasons, the most of any, and it's not lost media, so I think it's safe to say it was easily the best show on the block, and it's a game show that makes explosions boring, starring a man-child screaming.
Now on my show, Bobby Says, I do my best to keep you from looking like a fool. Yeah.
Bobby Says is an extreme sports clip show starring Bobby J. Thompson, who you may know as Stanley from That's So Raven.
Stanley, what's wrong?
Corey got a bone hand.
He also became a SoundCloud rapper because of course he did. And for the white people watching, he was also on Ellen in 2004. So he got his own show on Cartoon Network, but it wasn't a celebrity endorsement cartoon. He sees skateboarding and makes epic comments. The show was lost media until 2017, where one of 6 episodes, the pilot featuring Tony Hawk because it's 2009 and tech decks were all the rage.
Yeah! Can you do that, Tony?
Seriously? New circuit boards.
They'll let you skate even better than Tony Hawk.
Hey!
And the Tony Hawk pilot is the only available episode, thanks to a TV recording of the series premiere. Bobby says nothing funny in the one available episode.
Our show, dude, what would happen? And we dream of the craziest situations ever.
Dude, what would happen? I am also nostalgic for. I remember it being on before shows I actually wanted to watch, like Mad Regular Show and Adventure Time, so I'd suffer through it if it meant there was nothing else good on Nick or Disney. I remembered it being more of a PG Jackass, but upon revisiting it, it's a Mythbusters ripoff hosted by obnoxious dude bros. The comedy of the show is not for injury like Jackass, but for random experiment, bruh. It's just Mythbusters douchebag edition with less of a budget. They're not really investigating scientific myths, they're just doing dumb shit and nothing interesting or funny happens.
And the dudes, welcome back to the show.
Yeah!
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 I remember the network trying to hype up the dudes, the main trio, and sort of also mascots of CN Real, but I actually liked Andrew WK as a kid. He had 4 seasons, but I never gave a about the dudes. There's a bunch of fake scripted segments about them coming up with ideas instead of just explaining the ideas, because no, we just have to have lore to the experiments because we're just so raw, dude. The word dude is constantly incorporated. Dude, what would happen if this show became lost media? Well, I couldn't watch it, but sadly it isn't lost media and every episode is available. Bruh, it got 3 seasons. The CN Real block would officially end on May 28th, 2010, less than a year in, the decision to pull the plug possibly being influenced by the successful premiere of Adventure Time on April 5th, 2010, on top of the underperformance of the other shows. Regular Show would also premiere in September of that year, another big dog of the era.
What are you? Looks like a bucket of diarrhea.
However, Dude, What Would Happen and Destroy, Build, Destroy would still air new episodes, just not on a dedicated programming block. And Cartoon Network hadn't lost faith in not making cartoons yet.
Are y'all ready to get this party started? It's family versus family in the most outrageous competition. Where you either make
Hole in the Wall was a game show that I actually really enjoyed as a kid, going as far to watch it on Netflix. It is a British-American version of a Japanese game show titled Brain Wall, but most people over there call it Human Tetris. It originally aired on Fox, but Cartoon Network picked up the series, allowing it to continue, as it is pretty slapstick-oriented and a child could enjoy it, and I certainly did. Under a short time period, teams have to assume positions that will fulfill the hole in the wall. If they cannot, they will be pushed into the water below them. And you know what? It's a fine family game show. It's not really my cup of tea. It's extremely out of place for Cartoon Network. But this one's watchable, probably because Cartoon Network didn't conceive it. On Cartoon Network, it bombed once again. Season 3 was produced and released on home media, but it was never aired on television because they didn't even bother with what they greenlit. Similar to The Problem Solvers Season 2.
I don't know, bro. There's something about that guy over there that just doesn't sit right with me.
Perhaps it is because of the way that he's sitting. On his tail? He's charging! He's charging!
Level Up. New episodes. Tuesdays at 8, 7 Central. Only on Cartoon Network.
Okay, yeah, that title is a red flag. A gamer show for gamers. Because that's what this network needed. It had a pilot movie like Foster's, although it was never distributed as an extended or multi-part episode. Level Up is both the title of movie and the sequel series, because that's not confusing. I'd call this genre gamer juice, like bug juice, but trying to bank off of children with the inclusion of video game culture in media. I remember my aunt got me this book called Gamer Army for Christmas one year, and sadly, I'm not hardcore enough of a gamer to read it, so I never did. I was also never the kid that wore those how to spot a gamer shirts in 2010. You see, the shirt is funny, but it implies nothing but gaming. Oh yeah, committing murder against your sibling. Because gaming. Dude, these things were all over my elementary school. Every boy had one of those but me. Dude, senior year of high school, I flipped off the class portrait, and you know what? The f***ing kid in the Minecraft shirt right next to me snitched. So all the characters are hardcore gamers, and they play a bootleg Warcraft, and their parents are haters. They're lame haters and not epic gamers. Stupid Lois Griffin ass mother making me do homework. One of the dads is Obama, and he's like, son, do not play video games. They are gay and lame. Thank you. God bless America. The Warcraft CG is bad on purpose, obviously, but Cartoon Network probably thought they were being slick by creating something in live action with minimal CG. But oh no, creatures jump out the game, and out of the fear of being held accountable, they have to game super epically and fight monsters IRL. The monsters don't even look like the graphics, which could have been an interesting stylistic decision and would have cut costs like Gwimbly.
Oh, I swear to God, if I had my Gwimbly gun on me right now!
Like, this feels extremely 2003 for 2011, although it's not quite as emo as Reanimated. The fights are incredibly lame CG shot, reverse shot. If the action sequences actually had a budget, it could have been the one redeeming quality. So they go to meet the creator, who is crazy and lives in a big titty mansion, a cliche for gamer juice media. The crew randomly decides to break up, not even through like a cliche third act breakup. We just have to spend extra time reassembling the gamer army, you know, because it's desperate to get to the 67-minute mark and then defeat the villain of the game. I guess the movie was successful, so we gotta give it a show a year later. Much like Out of Jimmy's Head, the full show basically killing the franchise because it sucks even harder and the gimmick wore off on its audience. Same thing, just with slight serialization and more high school drama. Man, it's almost like this should have been a cartoon, not just because it was on Cartoon Network, but because none of the things that happened in this franchise would be easy to make convincingly in live action. To have good production value, it could have been cheaper as a cartoon.
Bow to the mayor of space! Not your tortilla hose! Laser high five! Cheat sheet tacos!
Another cheat sheet? Oh. Hey, what's up?
She's so pretty, and her soul is made of meat.
You look just like Taylor Lautner. Incredible Crew! The all-new series premieres Thursday, January 24th at 8/7 Central.
Only on Cartoon Network.
Alright, so Incredible Crew I only saw once, but I hated it, and I can still remember the specific episode I saw. It was Season 1, Episode 9, Face Jeans. Incredible Crew is a children's variety sketch comedy series. The Incredible Crew themselves often being a part of scenarios with absurd devices and or challenges. The series was created by comedian, actor, and rapper Nick Cannon, who you may know for his short-lived self-titled sitcom on Nickelodeon and one of the main comedians on Nickelodeon's All That on later seasons. He also hosted the failed Teen Nick Halo Awards for 2 years. So Cartoon Network wanted to be Nickelodeon so badly that they just got a guy from Nickelodeon and gave him a show. I guess that's better than hiring Dan Schneider. The series is also comparable to All That, and it's All That early 2010s LOL Random Humor Edition, and it's one of the worst shows I've ever seen. Now, I don't hate LOL Random Humor of the time in general, but a lot of it does not hold up.
I'm Andrew WK. Are you bored out of your skull?
Yeah.
Do you like to party?
Regular Show and Uncle Grandpa definitely mastered it. Like, look at the promotional images. Dog, ranch dressing, mop, tacos. Like, this screams 2012 for all the wrong reasons. And much like the dudes, they tried to hype up the Incredible Crew as, like, pop culture icons we're supposed to care about. Since it was a variety show, segments would be aired during commercial breaks for advertising, and that drove me crazy because I came here to watch Clarence, not this garbage. Since it was created by a rapper, musical sketches were also incorporated. Most sketches can be divided into 2 categories. LOL random gross out parody infomercial, or LOL random stupid song that isn't funny. I can recall the running errands with my mom song segment being aired a lot during the commercials, and that drove me crazy because it's not funny.
We're stopping by the bank. At the ATM, transaction was sweet. Mom, before you go, don't forget your receipt.
Oh, get it? He's boasting about his mother's responsibilities instead of coke and hookers. Like, just read the episode titles. They describe every problem perfectly. Lunch boxing, pancake genie, farting grandpa, magical video game controller, candy deodorant, remote control broccoli. It's lazy random humor over and over and over again. So, I've already talked about the show and the Annoying Orange in general, so I'll keep it brief. If you don't know what that is, you're not old enough to be watching my channel, but you are old enough to watch Annoying Orange's videos after 2014 or so.
Oh my gosh, I have to go to the bathroom so bad. Skibbity, skibbity, skibbity,
But I do see some people count it as one of their attempts at live-action shows since it is not technically a cartoon. It is a synchrovox show, a combination of video and photographs. Synchrovoxing refers to the action of superimposing human movement onto objects.
Oh, that paddlefoot. He funny city dog. He think totem pole alive.
Although I'd consider this far more of a cashing in on YouTuber show and less of a cost-cutting method of competing with Nickelodeon and Disney Channel show. Now, back in the day, Fred and Annoying Orange actually did 2 crossovers, excluding reuses of footage, one of which, Fred versus the Annoying Orange, sort of made them canonical rivals. Fred Figglehorn, whom I've also talked about in extensive detail, got 3 movies and a show from Nickelodeon. So Cartoon Network figured, why not do the same thing, but with Annoying Orange, meaning that the canonical rivals legitimately became television rivals. The series, The High Fructose Adventures of the Annoying Orange, would be airing the same summer of 2012 as Fred the Movie 3, Camp Fred, and Fred the Show. And if you know my lore, you know that I've mentioned countless times that I had a very unhinged obsession with the Annoying Orange from about late 2011 to mid-2015. Most people find Annoying Orange to be unintentionally disturbing, but because these images were burned into my brain at such a young age, they legitimately look pleasant to my eyes. I legit have to remind myself that the character designs are David Lynch trickery in some people's books, and I'm not making this up. And as somebody whose visual perception of the characters is screwed up because of my obsession in years when my brain was developing, I even hated this show as a kid. And I still watched Annoying Orange, the web show, unironically for about 3 more years after this came out. So you'd have to up exceptionally for an unhinged child fan of yours to hate it. And given that it had to be adapted into 11-minute episodes, lots of changes were made, but not for the better. The series no longer took place in Danebo's kitchen, but a grocery store named Danebo's, and had an 11-minute episodes as opposed to the 5-ish minute episodes featuring the entire ensemble prominently. Now, obviously, Annoying Orange has a secondary cast. Fun fact, Grandpa Lemon and Grapefruit died originally, but were brought back in the Frankenfruit episode as a part of a Frankenstein's monster because Danebo wanted them back so badly. Although in the Annoying Orange web show, the main ensemble only appears when it's convenient for a joke. The web show additionally does not involve conflict resolution on most instances.
I already heard the news, but everybody's favorite YouTuber named Tobuscus is going to be on the Annoying Orange TV show!
We know!
When the show first got announced, I assumed it would be a variety show, the same thing as the web show, just in a 22-minute format. In fact, it pissed me off that it wasn't as a kid, and I still have to agree with my criticism at that age. Another poor adaptational change was the lack of musical numbers. Annoying Orange has had a ton of song parodies and the occasional original song over the years, the music videos also serving as episodes in the chronology, some of which even include sketches like Lady Pasta. But there have been tons of other reoccurring series throughout the Annoying Orange chronology over the years, such as the various viral video spoofs, the video game parodies, trailer trashed. All of these types of videos in the lore could have been segments. Weird Al is in the Christmas special, which is one of 2 appearances, the other being on The Marshmallow Show, which was like Space Ghost but with YouTubers. And Weird Al never gets to play a piece of food despite him having songs about food. Like, why didn't he play bologna or Rocky Road ice cream? Tobuscus, whom I've also talked about in extensive detail, plays an employee at Danebo's. Tobuscus was a reoccurring guest actor on Annoying Orange, appearing on the web show 8 times. But on television, he basically got a full self-insert. What's wrong, Orange? You and your fruity friends seem kinda depressed. All the web show cast does return, but it's not like Bob Jennings, the voice of Grapefruit and creator of Zombie George Washington, is a high-profile celebrity.
Chocolate wings, robot Abraham Lincoln is a poopy pants.
It's a terrible television show that doesn't even understand what made the web show successful. And if you want to count it as a live-action Cartoon Network show, it was the last one. Ending in 2014, the cancellation first being announced on the creator's Q&A show, Danebo Exposed.
TV show canceled.
Ah, yes, the eternal question. I have been getting this one a lot. Yes, the TV show will no longer be airing on Cartoon Network.
And thankfully for the better. Cartoon Network has never once been desperate enough to attempt live-action programming again. And generational bias aside, 2010 to like 2016 or so was definitely a renaissance for Cartoon Network, which may have not happened without this live-action downfall. Don't get me wrong, Cartoon Network is dead. It's been agreed to be dead since like 2017 or so. But hey, 2020's Cartoon Network isn't as bad as CN Real era Cartoon Network or even Nickelodeon now. The 1970s and 80s were arguably two of the worst decades for televised animation, being riddled with no-budget, overly sugary, bug-juice shit and toy commercials, sometimes being a mix of both. Well, the actual presence of programming blocks with new cartoons on Saturday morning was beloved at a point because it was special. It was a time before we had our cartoon networks. Sure, waking up to cartoons, sugary cereal, and no school is fun and all, but a lot of the televised cartoon series by themselves do not hold up. Their IPs or characters themselves may be beloved or iconic, but are rarely genuinely critically acclaimed. At a time where nobody with a TV show paycheck was really trying to push the envelope of storytelling. However, in the 90s is really when televised cartoon series were taken seriously by the mainstream for the first time, being reflective of 80s social values where lots of shows were specifically designed to be as safe as possible. With no attempt to challenge its audience, the morals were not unique or cleverly incorporated and were blatantly tacked on in ways that we now find laughable. Morals are a fine thing to have, but there was never enough thought into how they could be incorporated into stories in a way that could actually have an impact on the viewer, trying to cash in on validation of parents of it being a morally okay thing for a child to consume. But when in the process of being safe, providing no danger, and subsequently no challenge for the audience doesn't really benefit anyone in the end. In addition to shows specifically being designed to sell toys, just being shat out the ass of studios and toy makers. I did say some of the original G.I. Joe and He-Man growing up, and the brief moral segments always threw me off.
In today's story, Elena tried taking a magic potion which she thought would help her. Well, she found out there aren't any magic potions. And you know what? There aren't any magic drugs either.
Made me question why those segments were even included.
Gay bar's that way.
Of course, having no knowledge of the social climate of when my parents were my age then.
Chrissy's right. Just because you want something doesn't mean you can take it.
Oh yeah, random PSA segments and shitty stories built around morals you've heard 1,000 fucking times were just something I think we all just kind of tolerated because we liked enough of what was surrounding it. I wasn't alive then, but I grew up watching Full House reruns on Nick at Night, and I've seen the entire series because my aunt had all the DVDs. And even as a kid born in the W. Bush years, I had to learn to tolerate the makeup segment of each episode.
What you did today is the stupidest thing you've ever done.
I've said previously that I hated the Orson's Farm / U.S. Acres segments of Garfield and Friends growing up because those were kind of educational and additionally didn't feature Garfield. A huge flaw in one of the few genuinely great 80s kids shows in my opinion.
Binky doesn't deserve to be in jail.
Hey, let Binky out of jail. I got Ashton Kutcher's signature right here. Yep. You can smell the sadness and pedophilia right there on the dot.
Fat Albert is one of the most infamous examples as to why many of the shows from this era do not hold up. Fat Albert was on the air for 8 seasons over 13 years, and as Dave Chappelle describes, the Cosby Kids were the first black cartoon characters with proportionally drawn lips. But besides that, what envelope did it really push, especially from a storytelling perspective?
Yeah. We're playing hooky to have fun. Now watch my Fat Albert flip-flop. Watch it.
Fat Albert has an episode about prison which displays the flaws perfectly. Well, the episode isn't really even about prison. In a desperate attempt to fulfill a 22-minute runtime, the first 2/3 about the Cosby Kids building a water slide, and then they ditch that idea and get their other friend Larry to give them a ride to the pool. Larry is not part of the main Cosby kids. And it turns out Larry jacked his ride and the Cosby kids get in trouble despite not carjacking and have to go to prison to get scared straight. In the original airing, the words hell, bastard, and instances of catcalling were included.
We've used some strong language in today's show. And while it's language you've probably heard before, it's not the kind of language you've heard on the Fat Albert Show.
And the original became lost media until 2022 when somebody managed to track down a master copy in dog shit quality.
These are men in here that are crazy. Men that will beat the hell out of you and never even know they did it. These are men in here that are crazy. Men that will beat the heck out of you and never even know they did it. What are you staring at, you rotten little bastard? What are you staring at, you rotten little...
And on top of this controversy, the episode further gained infamy given the path that Bill Cosby went down later.
The prison isn't any fun and it isn't any joke, so play it straight, gang.
Adding a completely new layer of delicious irony to the infamy of the episode.
Oh my god, we watched, I showed you a little bit.
Oh, fuck, did you show him the rape episode?
I only showed him a little bit.
The what?
Explain.
Did you say the rape episode?
And then on the internet, it further gained infamy from a now taken down pirated re-upload titled That One Episode of Fat Albert Where They Go to Prison and Get Raped. But all jokes aside, the fact that this episode went missing for 50 years is a true testament to the sensitivity standards of the Reagan years. Like, Larry is a one-off character that the audience has no attachment to, and like we're supposed to care that he broke the law, taking away any opportunity for a multi-dimensional protagonist with good and bad qualities. Can't forget the infamous cartoon all-stars to the rescue, an artistic disappointment of an entire generation, getting all the most popular characters that they could afford not to do something cool, but to tell a moral of not doing crack.
You know, kid, you don't look so good. What's this? A joint?
Shut up, you wabbit punk. No wonder David Slazav hates you.
But lots of 80s kid shows featured beloved IPs, at least. But what happens when a show is so bad, even for 80s standards, that there's been no nostalgic cash-in since? You get Little Clowns of Happy Town, one of the worst televised cartoon series from arguably one of the worst eras for them. It wasn't a toy commercial, but nobody's gonna try and tug at your heartstrings using these characters. Like, they don't even have a shitty live-action movie where they go to New York City.
Say, look at this. I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
We didn't lie to you, folks. We told you we had living, breathing monstrosities. You laughed at them, shuddered at them, and yet, but for the accident of birth, you might be even as they are.
Little Clowns of Happy Town is partially lost media, airing for one season from September 1987 to July 1988. It's home media releases, not preserving the entire series. There were 2 volumes on VHS, each with 4 episodes. This was before the age of complete seasons and series box sets, so it was common to get like anywhere from 1 to 4 episodes per tape. Volume 1 later did get a DVD release, but that's the same content. However, the remaining episodes aren't completely lost. Thanks to bootlegging, there exist unofficial Korean, Russian, and Arabian dubs on bootleg DVDs, meaning the companies behind the copyright infringement may possess master copies. So in terms of media preservation, the bootleggers are our savior. The show follows an ensemble of clowns training attempting to make other people happy. And what's making other people unhappy, you might ask? Not any life experiences that could actually be upsetting to a child. It's the villain, awful, be bad. Just making people depressed because of magic, fuck it. Now, why is he evil? Because he's a comical mobster with bushy eyebrows, like Dick Dastardly, the Dickman, baby. He raised Muttley and loves the ladies. That's why.
If his eyebrows are that bushy, can you imagine what his ass crack looks like?
He says the word gloom a lot. That's his method of upsetting people, and it just gets repetitive as fuck.
I'll gloom that little clown so he fails his test. And when he's gloomy...
The circus consists of the ringleader as well as the group leader, Big Top, Blooper, the mandatory group dumbass, Hiccup, who has one joke, and it's that she hiccups all the time.
And with a little imagination, Tickles can make anything work. Okay, now use my weapons. Clown-tastic.
George Bush doesn't care about black people?
You better think hiccuping is hilarious. Pranky is the mandatory group prankster gangster. Giggles laughs all the time. Bada Bump is the mandatory group silent character. And Mr. Pickle Herring is the clown gang's teacher. And yes, they go to clown school like Homer Simpson. Awful Be Bad additionally has 2 mandatory group dumbass henchmen named Geek and Whiner. The clowns are seemingly a race of people that live in a segregated neighborhood of Happy Town, and I guess are seemingly also immune to this depression magic. There's even an episode where a clown couple adopts an Asian kid, as well as a swimming episode where the makeup isn't smearing, so without exaggeration, this truly is a segregated race of society. And before you start making any clown pussy jokes, Reddit is down the hall and to the left. The way the show builds conflicts around emotion is so oversimplified to the point where it treats kids like idiots. The clowns are seemingly incapable of being upset most of the time, attempting to promote the mindset of always having an optimistic outlook, but with no expense of how the human mind actually works. And you don't need to be a psychologist to know that you just magically can't stop being sad. The clowns are segregated to Happy Town, you know, which avoids the reality of the world being not peaceful. And for a show trying to promote not being grouchy, it's so devoid of reality that it hurts its concept. The fucking theme song is so obnoxious with its hip hip hooray nature. And clownimals don't have a clown face on like little clowns, that's how they're born.
And clownimals don't have clown face on like little clowns, that's how they're born!
Or wait, I guess by that logic, they're humans in circus apparel, not their own race. The show never makes that clear. So each episode features the conflict of trying to undo Awful Be Bad's negative magic, going to a location with sad children, and Be Bad further doing dumb bullshit to upset children. I guess there's also no police in this universe either. Be Bad hates happiness for no reason. He's bad because he's the mandatory show antagonist. It's also a musical show with at least 2 songs per episode, excluding the 11-minute episodes which have 1 song, featuring rambling about being happy in incomprehensible high-pitched voices.
Clowning around, we'll throw a pie in your face.
Even Be Bad gets to sing.
I'm awful! I'm awful! Be bad! Oh, get down! We wish that every rotten clown would lose a smile and wear a frown.
The songs rarely advance the plot. They're conceptually relevant consistently, but not that integral to the story on most instances. And by story, I mean lecture on moral you've heard 1,000 fucking times. They also tell a lot of dad jokes with no irony.
Hey, Bluebird, do you know what the most expensive fish is? A goldfish!
Like, that's how strategically safe the humor in the show was specifically designed to be. The show additionally does not appear to even know what a clown even is.
Ooh, Chinese food is the clowniest.
Like, what does Chinese food have to do with being a clown?
Clownerific, super clowning.
Okay, stop saying fucking clown. We get it. They're fucking clowns. It's in the fucking title. The show tries to tackle more serious subjects on occasion, but they can't even make a tolerable episode on a basic moral. There's a divorce episode where the son fears that his stepfather will overshadow his father's presence in his life, but instead of any drama in a way that a child could understand, it's just dicking off in the woods while Be Bad glooms people. And then everything is happy. Hip hip hooray. Daddy is still divorced and works 3rd shift at the gas station. The bug juice is especially insulting when they try to inform the audience about people with disabilities. It cannot do as something as basic as distinguish a mental issue from a physical disability.
You and I have a lot in common. We both have disabilities. I can't walk, and you can't be nice. What? But the difference is, my disability doesn't make me a mean person.
Like, being angry all the time is not a fucking disability, and keep in mind this was written by adults. In the same episode, there's a song about how to try to save somebody from drowning.
Reach out an arm and give them a hand. What if they're out too far from the land? Then throw a rope and tie it around.
But what if there's not a rope to be found?
Then row out a boat and help him get on.
What if I find the boats are all gone?
Then go in yourself, watch out as you do.
And I guess throwing in a lifesaver isn't bad advice, but the song never tells the audience to inform an adult or lifeguard. Yeah, kid, go save your panicking, drowning friend who also weighs 90 pounds. One of the episodes not in English is titled Goodbye, Grandma, and is only available in the bootleg Korean dub and tackles the issue of death. An important thing for children to learn, but maybe it's a good thing it's lost in English. The grandmother of Hiccup and Blooper passes away, but most of the episode is just the typical be-bad glooming shenanigans, with a single scene and song at the end mourning the loss of the clown grandma. One of the kids they help is just Alvin from the Chipmunks with his buck-teeth hat and A shirt. The show, riddled with so much noise and so much sugary crap that it's painful to watch. When teaching morals in relation to emotions, doing nothing realistic, completely destroying any point in the basic objectives of the stories, while being ridiculously formulaic and treating the kids like idiots the entire way through, making all the bug juice of the 70s and 80s good by comparison without exaggeration. Further making it not surprising that the show has been lost besides its 240p shitty bootleg dubs. Alright, let's go back to the Reagan years, a time before the bronies. One of my high school teachers was a brony, and he's in a brony documentary with his 18-year-old girlfriend. I'm not making that up. This guy in the Pinkie Pie shirt right here is legitimately one of my high school teachers. The first My Little Pony animated series came out in 1986, but that's not what we're here to talk about. Today, we're talking about a forgotten TV block called My Little Pony and Friends. This consisted of other product placement shows that nobody remembers, plus the original My Little Pony, but I won't deny the importance of the 1986 My Little Pony series. It was one of Butch Hartman's first credits, Mr. Enter's first reviews, Chris's obsession with Megan, and inspired an entire generation of pedophiles. But why is My Little Pony stuck around and none of the other friends did?
Say, look at this. I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
My Little Pony Generation 5 is cancelled. G4, Friendship is Magic, needs...
You're not dreaming, it's a moon dreamers. Dreaming up dreams for me and you.
Moon Dreamers was a short-lived toy line in the late 80s. The toys had some similarities to the little ponies on the market at the time. Now, I don't know about 80s dolls, but it's safe to say it was definitely more story-oriented than most. More like an action figure line with all its lore. Like, what's the lore of Barbie? Her dog takes a Moon Dreamers actually has a concept that's heavily underutilized, because it's the AIDS epidemic, 80s, mass leisure spending, yippee Reaganomics, motherfucker. We ain't gotta try with our children's entertainment. Don't worry, I'm not Lindsay Ellis. I won't start talking about communism. In fact, in the credits of the show, you can see reused animation from My Little Pony. Moon Dreamers consisted of 16 11-minute episodes, some of which are two-parters, and has 3 VHS releases I could find. There's also a 2-disc DVD that I cannot confirm is official or not. Obscure Media is actually great for bootlegging. Episodes also appeared on a DVD compilation titled Girls World, which had at least 2 volumes. These DVDs also include episodes from OG MLP, MLP Tales, released in '92, OG Gem, and the Charmkins, as well as a compilation VHS titled My Little Pony with Other Friends, basically being a compilation of the programming block, containing Glow Friends and Potato Head Kids, which we'll talk about later. The basic lore is that the world is divided into 3 realms outside of Earth: the starry up, the monstrous middle, and the down. Basically heaven, limbo, and hell. And Earth is visited frequently as well. The Moon Dreamers up in the starry up help create good dreams, the down creates nightmares, you get the gist of it. A basic good versus evil story, but could allow for some very imaginative concepts. But unfortunately, it does not subvert cliches for the better. The biggest issue being, for a show about dreams, it's pretty unimaginative. Another obvious problem with the show is that the character designs are atrocious since they're toy adaptations. The thing is, they made them too accurate to the toys somehow. The toys having, like, actual brushable hair similar to the little ponies on the market at the time, even apparently reusing some of the comb accessory molds. But disproportionate hair makes sense for a doll with a brushable function, but for a cartoon that you can't touch, it's a distracting accuracy. Look, I get it was the decade of big hair, but, like, look at how much of the frame is taken up by the hair in some instances. Like, how are they standing up? The head proportions often make no sense either. Are they Funko Pops? Who knows? Yo, is this a prequel about the fat bitch from Steven Universe whose name I didn't bother Googling? The designs just scream, I want my hair brushed, motherfucker. The main protagonist of the series is Crystal, the leader of the Moondreamers, and it's easy to lose track who is who because all the Moondreamers are basically the same character. There's like 16 of them with names, they're all just pure bug juice personified. Distinguishable attributes probably would have helped in the collect them all department as well. Their one character trait is, yay, let's make happy dreams! Theoretically, in any conflict where they should express concern or distrust or something, no, they're just always happy because that's how the world works. You're always happy if you're happy. The only time they're not happy is when they obnoxiously scream in hyper-stimulating, high-pitched voices. Speaking of voices, this is actually one of Nancy Cartwright's earliest roles. It also has Charlie Adler, aka Awful Be Bad, ha ha ha, get down! The antagonist of the series is Queen Scolleen, as well as her daughter, Princess Scolleen, and her evil Professor Grimace.
Is that Grimace Shake?
Scolleen also has a brother named Pooh-Bah, and he has one joke. He's fat. The main minions of the Queen are the Sleep Creeps, which remind me of Buzzerbeak from Skylanders Trap Team. The ensemble is also sometimes split into a trio of animals called the Snoozers, who are like humanoid Moondreamer elephants, and are sort of rivals to these Sleep Creeps. These episodes are completely distracting and make it feel like a lame spin-off. In fact, they were probably given so much focus in the main show for the possibility of a spin-off, a benefit for Hasbro. There's also a magical lion who receives a reward for his courage, I guess because Wizard of Oz has been public domain since 1956. Each episode additionally features a one-off kid, sometimes two, that the Moondreamers are attempting to prevent nightmares from occurring. The pilot is an incredibly lazy exposition dump that doesn't even involve our main protagonist. It involves two kids who, like, aren't protagonists, but they want to become Moondreamers. So they pull up to their crib and they're like, no, you can't be in here. Where are your parents? But then they let them in anyway, because life is so easy. These random kid characters aren't even relevant to the lore. I mean, like, they don't disappear completely afterward, but why make a pilot without the protagonists of your series? It's also a musical show, most of the songs consisting of incredibly uncreative explanations and some of the worst numbers I've heard in a show.
From the outside galaxy, next we have to mix up the stuff that dreams are made of. Dream Gazer stirs them.
I got on an airplane, I unpacked my knives and mace, I hijacked the pilot seat, I headed to New York, Bush gave my wife a fat check. The show doesn't know if it wants to be an action show or not. Now, obviously, it's for a young girl demographic, and girl power shows were definitely more prominent in the 2000s with stuff like Totally Spies, Kim Possible, and the Powerpuff Girls. I mean, like, She-Ra was easily the most notable, and Sailor Moon came out a little after that. I mean, like, she, a 14-year-old, still made it on Nostalgia Critic's top 11 animated nostalgia hotties list, close enough to the 80s, right? But, like, characters will, like, fall or be put in intense situations, and the target demographic is supposed to be feeling tense, but there's barely any threats. Now, obviously, action cartoons at the time had clunky, minimally animated fights, but at least there was stuff you could actually call an action sequence. Like, this show doesn't know if it wants to be a cutesy bug juice or a girl power show. Like, just do one or the other. Like, not this wishy-washy, yeah, we'll kind of be an action show for girls, but not really, because girls don't like action. It's a girl powerless show, so it's unsurprising it went nowhere.
Our song, musical glowworm.
I sing you lullabies and make your days bright.
Glowworm was a toy released in 1982 by Playskool, which was acquired by Hasbro in 1984. In 1986, Playskool, now being owned by Hasbro, allowed the brand to expand, with its new iteration, the Glow Friends. Similar to Moondreamer's easily fadable glow-in-the-dark paint. They also appeared as accessory in Baby Pony MLP toys, and were included in Wendy's Kids Meals in 1988. Something tells me they had a lot of extra inventory. Glowworms are still being made today, but I don't think any kid is rushing to Target to get them. The first episode was actually a Christmas special, titled The Glow Friends Save Christmas in 1985. Seemingly as a result of the special, a full TV season was greenlit. The first episode actually being a 10-part, 11-minute episode, which also has a TV movie edit, with one other VHS release of standard episodes, but the rest have resurfaced nonetheless. Much like Moondreamers, it's a show designed to sell toys, which means higher budget in the character department, which means further toy advertisements, meaning way too many characters, to the point where the series lacks an actual protagonist, and it hurts the quality. Now, I don't give a shit about the Smurfs, but at least I can say that the Smurfs have main characters amongst an entire developed society, Brainy, Smurfette, and Grandpa. My favorite Smurf is Black Smurf from the 1963 comic issue. In fact, the entire show is basically a Smurfs ripoff. Now, the original comics came out in 1958, but relevant to TV, the original hit animated series came out in 1981. There are a bunch of small characters within a species of flanderized attributes and live in fear of a witchcraft user. The Christmas special villain is the Wicked Witch of the North Pole, Hardy Har Har, public domain creative bankruptcy. The witch's moose is voiced by Lorenzo Music.
He said I had a navigational improficiency.
And her pet weasel is voiced by Charlie Adler, aka Awful Be Bad. Ha ha ha, get down. The witch is like, I'm going to JFK your ass, my pretty. Guys, I wonder if the paint huffer would jack off to her. Then they save Santa, the end. The actual series further expanding on the ensemble to include other animals, both as heroes and villain species. The witch does not return in the series, so that's some originality. The actual series having the antagonist of the Mulligans, a fictional species with the motive to acquire all the land. They look like grizzly bears with elf noses. So the actual show is a little less of a Smurfs ripoff, but its plagiarism is its greatest flaw.
Clubhouse meeting! Hey, let's fix the clubhouse today! Potatoes! Go, go, potatoes, everyone! Potato Head Kids! Have clubhouse fun! Go, potatoes!
Potato Head Kids was obviously based on Mr. Potato Head, one of the most recognizable toys and one of the biggest Hasbro original IPs in general. The toy released in 1949, but was purchased by Hasbro and widely released in 1952. Originally, the toy was a collection of pieces intended to be inserted in potatoes and other croakable fruits or vegetables, but was later altered to include a plastic potato shell with hole for customization options. Now, I know what you're thinking, Don Rickles' portrayal of the classic toy in Toy Story, but he'd be given a voice far earlier. Potato Head Kids was released in 1986 as a part of the baby spin-off craze of the 80s. Muppet Babies was the first successful one to my knowledge, which was a spin-off of a hypothetical sequence in The Muppets Take Manhattan. And Muppet Babies actually had some substance, as Jim Henson, an established master at preschool entertainment, had quality control over it, and Muppet Babies had successfully created a genre. Every established franchise got a baby spin-off or kid spin-off or whatever, mainly in the 80s, but there have been some afterward, of course, like Flintstones Kids, a pup named Scooby-Doo, Tom and Jerry Kids, Yo Yogi, Baby Looney Tunes, Jungle Cubs, Slippin' Jimmy, Total Dramarama, Wee Baby Bears. A recurring issue with this genre is that it's often the same thing, not subverting any expectations and not taking advantage of the characters not being adults. You know, because their lives could be different because this is a different point in their life, but they rarely take advantage of just the realities. Like, what's the average conflict? They play baseball. But why couldn't they do that as adults? Potato Head Kids just mainly being based on the IP itself and not another Mr. Potato Head show, banking on a trend with a safer bet with a recognizable toy. I guess they didn't want to call them Tater Tots because that would imply death. The series got 3 VHS releases, but once again everything has resurfaced, the series only having one 23-episode season. The Potato Head Kids consist of Big Chip, the leader and main protagonist, Puff, the one who wears a bonnet, Spud, who talks like a cowboy because appropriate hat, Lumpy, who has a beanie, Lolly, a girl, Slick, a boy, and Spike, the edgelord incel. Yeah, half of these characters' personalities are based on whatever hat they're wearing. Once again, too many characters. And if you're confused, these characters are the children of Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head, who do appear as parental figures in the series. Here, giant potatoes coexist with mankind. The potatoes only eat cake and other baked goods type junk food. I guess they can't eat vegetables. The main antagonist of the series being Grease and his gang of greasers, often being rivals to the Potato Head kids with their energetic childhood cartoon conflicts. It's an 80s baby spin-off, and like, that's it. But this wasn't the only Mr. Potato Head show. Now, let's go after Toy Story. Toy Story having Don Rickles, Mr. Potato Head, definitely bringing some new light into the iconic toy. Lots of Toy Story Mr. Potato Head merch has been made over the years, more physically resembling the Pixar's stylization of the original toy. But in 1998, after Toy Story, the Mr. Potato Head show premiered on Fox Kids, seemingly a result of Toy Story's success in '95. But the Mr. Potato Head show is a puppet show that's sort of like the Muppet Show. Mr. Potato Head and his kitchen crew performing various television pilots. Mr. Potato Head complying to whatever shenanigans the TV executives suggest. Some of the character archetypes are similar to the Muppets, too. The team consisting of Baloney, Mr. Potato Head's best friend, Queenie Sweet Potato, the kitchen diva, Potato Bug, the weirdo co-worker, Canny, a dog made of dog food, serving as the family pet, Dr. Fruitcake and his ham monster, the residential scientist and his monster, Mr. Happy With, he'll spray cream if he's startled. And I gotta say, the show isn't criminally underappreciated or anything, but if you just want to turn your brain off with some pure 90s PG edgy comedy, then it's a good option. The puppets' craftsmanship is great, they often interact with humans, which is commendable, and it uses a lot of green screen, but it's used sparingly for a bad-on-purpose vibe. The show didn't have any tie-in merchandise I can find, unlike Potato Head Kids, probably because it had an older audience demographic given it was the 90s edge, and honestly, it probably would have performed better on MTV instead of Fox Kids, something I bet Hasbro would not be okay with, given that MTV was known for its teenage demographic, a unique concept at the time. I mean, like, it started airing the same time as MTV's The Sifl and Olly Show, the peak of post puppetry. It would fit right in. It's not surprising it only aired for one season on Fox Kids. The creators were clearly upset with the cancellation, but they managed to get a direct-to-video movie off the ground depicting the show's cancellation.
Please inform Mr. Potato Head that his show is
Cancelled!
This is similar to the Drawn Together movie, basically doing the same thing, but the Potato Head Show movie is just an extended clip show, so there is some original content created for the direct-to-video movie. But the show completely faded into obscurity, and the movie being the only official home media release meant that the movie actually contained snippets of lost episodes. And the show was lost media until December of 2016. All the episodes are now unofficially available on YouTube if you're curious. And there was a rumor that the show was an example of lost media that was hidden in plain sight, similar to the Nickelodeon's Pinwheel Clock Band segment, if you know what I'm talking about. Some sources claim that the full series was found on a sketchy website on page 50 plus of Google, but this is easily disprovable because if you watch the only available copies of episodes, there is information for the network at the beginning, as well as information in the middle indicating where to cut for a commercial, implying that these are master copies of episodes. And it's because the remaining episodes were released publicly by an anonymous crew member, remaining anonymous seemingly to avoid copyright infringement charges. But if you got nothing else to do, it's not a bad watch. But this show did not have anything to do with the My Little Pony and Friends block, and it's not surprising that the rest of My Little Pony's friends have completely faded into obscurity.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Eminem is a rapper that was popular enough to get his own TV show, which happens to be the worst goddamn thing I've ever seen in my entire life. No, I'm dead fucking serious. This is the worst thing that I have ever seen, and that is saying a lot considering what I had to sit through. The Slim Shady show is the worst everything that I have ever seen. Basically, some 40-year-olds that I guess like South Park wanted to make a show, but then they realized that what they could come up with, no one would watch it unless they got a edgy celebrity to do it, so they got Eminem to do it. And if you look at the behind-the-scenes video, what I assumed was completely true. Yeah, so what's the plot of the show? Now the entire show in total is about 51 minutes long, so we're just gonna look at the supercut of episodes since they are continual, so you can also watch it as a movie. So who are the characters of the show? Well, there's Slim Shady himself. Okay, cool. Big D, which is one of the worst characters in any piece of media ever, and is probably the most racist depiction of a black person I've ever seen in any piece of media.
God damn, we motherfucking suck.
Then there's Susan, who's barely even in the show, and then Dave, he smokes weed a lot. Oh wow, that's fucking hilarious. Then Marshall, okay, so they made like the child version of Eminem with the adult version coexisting in the same universe. Okay, that's kind of a neat idea. So the story is that these random characters that despite their age gap all hang out together for some reason, and they just do things. And that's the whole series. So let's talk about the animation, which is so fucking bad. Angela Anaconda, both the pilots and the show, and Rhapsody Street Kids look better than this. I never thought you could go lower than this, but apparently I was wrong. Everything looks like it was literally done in MS Paint. The only two colors in this entire show are puke green and shit brown. So the series is basically just nothing happening for the entire time. There's not much of a plot. So let's just skip through some of the highlights of the TV show since there is no plot and there's really nothing to talk about unless I physically show it to you. But like I warned you at the beginning of the video, viewer discretion is advised, and some of the shit is really disgusting, and I'm gonna have to censor some stuff. Mostly disgusting shit that would get this video pulled from YouTube, and some uses of the N-word, so I apologize this time around.
Slim Shady. Slim Shady.
Yep, that sounds a lot like his music. So anyway, we start out with our crew of shitty and offensive characters, and they're pissed off that they got their ass beaten in basketball. So they pull up to a gas station, and Leonardo DiCaprio is there, and they decide that they are going to fight Leonardo DiCaprio.
You know what? I saw you in that movie The Beach, biatch, and you suck too, motherfucker. Your acting sucks, and you look like a Titanic bitch.
And all you fake-ass bitches who ride dick need to get a beat down too.
Hey guys, I don't know who you think you are, but this is my main homie T-Quip, you know, the rapper, and he's got my motherfucking back. So like, step off, G-Dog.
Excuse me, that's my agent. Could you calm down?
Hey motherfucker, I'm gonna fuck you up. Ow! I'm gonna kick your shit. Ow! Beat you up.
Oh, what the hell? I mean, like, Caillou Gets Grounded, the movie, has better fight scenes than this. We just go back to season 2, and that was the worst thing I'd ever watched. And then, like, I get that his thing is like, dissing other celebrities, like, he's not afraid to do that, but, like, this isn't funny. It's not making a statement about them. So anyway, they start throwing beer bottles in the street and hit cars, including a bus full of disabled children with no reaction, defeating the purpose of what makes offensive humor funny. And it's not realistic at all, so the fact that this could very easily happen with no consequences doesn't help. It kind of reminds me of that scene from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but without anything that made that scene funny.
Hey, asshole! Oh, shit!
And also, the entire music track, for the most part, is just this record-scratching shit, which just sounds atrocious. Oh my god, the fucking editing. Anyway, they come on down to South Park, and then they go to Cartman's house, which is orange for some reason.
My favorite episode would probably be the South Park one. I think all the guys involved are big fans of South Park, and, you know, we love the movie and everything like that, but, you know, we had to beat the shit out of their characters.
Shit! Oh, ow! Fuck you! Ow! Hey! Shit!
Wait, okay. If you like South Park, then what's the point of making fun of it? It's not a parody or homage of it, but who knows, maybe they actually have something interesting to say about the show, regardless of their overall opinion of it. Oh, no wait, it just turns into unfunny shit happening, including giving children Viagra. fighting them, children scratching their penises against the record, and fucking the characters, who keep in mind are children. Anyway, they go back to the trailer, and Ben Affleck is there. Instead of just mocking him, they beat him up.
This ass fuck.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This scene just looks so fucking bad. Anyway, they start watching Christina Aguilera on the TV.
Girl really wants it night and day. Girl really wants it every way.
Comedy.
Anyway, they want to go see Christina Aguilera, but Kid Knuff also wants to go to the gay monster truck convention. So we have a shitty repeat of the same unfunny, unrealistic joke. Then they go to the bathroom at the convention center, and there's a glory hole joke that makes absolutely zero sense.
Big D?
Yeah?
Is that, is your, dick? Is that it poking through my stall?
How would it be his? It's white and it's coming from the right and he's on the left. Like, I'm not gonna show it to you for obvious reasons. But then anyway, they can't get on the Christina Aguilera show, but then they learn that she'll be at Dyke Hills Mall. So then they go there.
Yo, Marshall, I'm telling you for the last time, you sweat these bitches like this, they're just gonna play you. You wanna fuck this bitch? You treat this bitch like she wants to be treated. Like shit. You get up there, you drop your balls on the table and say, sign these, bitch.
That's motherfucking word.
Yes, great moral. Then Marshall, a child, proceeds to whip out his balls in the mall. And then we get an awful fight scene again. And then they go back to the mall and discovering that she's not actually there and it's just a robot replica of her. Like, okay. And then they get into a rap battle with actual fighting.
Motherfucker! Check it out, chick! You motherfucking bitch! I'll chuck you with a chain! Eat it! My style is the best! Deep forever! Motherfucker! You still wearing leather? Cold! Motherfucker, stay cold! Wanna fuck with a king in hell!
Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut the fuck up!
No, I'm Big D! I'm from the hood! Bitch! Detroit, you motherfucker!
Okay, how the fuck is that possible? Like, he literally grows giant out of nowhere, and he just cannibalized somebody in front of an audience, and everyone seems to be okay with it, even though he literally just cannibalized somebody in a public facility. Like, goddamn, even Angela Anaconda didn't actually do it. Anyway, Slim Shady gets a movie deal, but then he decides that Marshall should do it for him, because apparently the people in this universe are so fucking stupid that they can't tell the difference between an adult and a child.
I mean, what makes one person better than another person just because he's seen by more people?
Uh-huh.
I mean, most of these actors, models, they never went to a top college. They never do anything for anybody.
Yeah.
What about doctors, architects, fine literature? Why don't we value that?
Yeah.
Oh my god, a moment of subtlety where they actually make a statement about something. Who knows, maybe by now they actually figured out how to tell a story. Oh no wait, it's just immediately followed with another sex scene involving a child.
Who's in there?
I don't know, but he's probably famous, so let's blow him, okay?
Okay. Like, all the whores back in high school are gonna be so jealous of us.
Does everyone just think he's an adult? That's just fucking pervertic. Then there's some unfunny government bullshit, which makes zero sense, and then the characters all end up in jail.
Well, what the Peace out, sucker!
Yes, beating up disabled people, that's funny. Hey, at least they're in jail. It makes sense why they're in jail, considered they've killed countless people, attacked celebrities for no fucking reason, and cannibalizing people.
Excuse me, but that little beanie is fabulous. Where can I get one?
I don't know, maybe ask Dave or Big D. I mean, the fact that they all look the same, but the clothing is just gray, and the fact that Big D has all of his bling still obviously implies that they were so lazy that they just recolored the original models.
Damn, Ken, have you heard any word on Slim?
Yeah, man. You gotta break him out.
Okay, I got a better question. Why are they all in the same prison, despite their massive age gap? Anyway, it turns into a parody of the Shawshank Redemption, and then they have a drug stash, and Robert Downey Jr. shows up. Yeah, this scene is certainly aged well.
Fucking Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, and then on the subject of shitty rappers, he does the Juice WRLD.
What? What the fuck?
Why all of a sudden can he randomly do that? Why can't he just do that to break out of the prison? Anyway, they get out of prison through some more bullshit that makes no sense, and then they find an Ouija board, and they resurrect New Kids on the Block and Kurt Cobain, and then they start a band. Wow, just some of the best animation I've ever seen, to be honest. Then they bring back Gianni Versace, and then they make fun of celebrities.
Yo, John Stamos, you ain't shit. And Full House was cold trash. Damn, suck this cock, ho.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, it's me, the phone guy from Five Nights at Freddy's, here to inform you that you have officially been enrolled in Shut the Fuck Up Academy.
Well, anyway, they do a bunch of drugs, and then, oh my god, the fucking editing, and they try to get Marshall laid.
I'm telling you, don't fuck this up, virgin.
What are you talking about? He's not a virgin. Maybe they're just trying to address the target demographic of this show. There are literally 2 scenes before this where he gets some booty, and it doesn't work because the drugs finally kick in. Oh, then it's parent-teacher conference night.
Come on, you stupid animals! Move!
Oh shit, man, let's get the fuck out of here!
Whoa.
Okay, so the school is presumably a shithole, so how can they afford that? And also, it looks nothing like the school. And also, if the escalator is capable of killing a small animal, why is it not restricted? And it doesn't even look like the rest of the school. Keep in mind, the show came out in 2001 and is set in Detroit because herdy-dur. Have you ever been to a school in Detroit that had an escalator? It doesn't even look like the school. It's probably just a scrapped asset from Dyke Hills Mall. But since they murdered a bunch of animals, they could potentially get in trouble. But the janitor saw them do it the whole time, so then he brings a gun into the school.
Don't even try it, Janitor Jones. I saw that episode of Different Strokes. You want these kids to play perverted games in the back of your bike shop, then you'll start taking pictures of them in their underwear.
No, I only want to play board games, please.
Alright, this shit is getting too weird. Let's end this Scooby-Doo style. Let's see who Janitor Jones really is. Tom Cruise? No, wait. Miss Verna, the teacher. But then who's telling the story to Dave's parents?
What were you expecting? Saddam Hussein?
What the fuck? The segment just ends with no resolution. What the hell? So then we continue with Fred Savage, fucking a sloth, and then the government decides to hire him as a narc. Anyway, they meet up with him at the gas station, and turns out that Big D has a brother.
Little motherfucking G. Pause, this shit is so big, he could clog up the in time, that stink motherfucker. Yo, if anyone can stash mushrooms, it's my little brother.
Anyway, they start selling cupcakes with mushrooms in them, and somehow don't get caught, and they're widely distributing the entire school.
And I think that selling mushrooms that grow in your bathroom at a bake sale is not nice.
Just shut the fuck up! You want to see dead people? Here you go.
You just fucking murdered a child in a public school in front of an entire crowd of people. In what universe is that okay? Anyway, some more unnecessary bullshit happens. Like, wait, I thought they died earlier in the show. And that was every episode of the Slim Shady show, and never have I seen anything more awful, insulting, unfunny, and purely fucking annoying thing in my life. Yes, down the line, I'm sure I'll discover something even worse, but just look at the cover art for this. It describes everything about the show perfectly. The look and sound design is unbearable. It's just this 20-second loop of the record scratching, like I mentioned earlier, and the punch sound effect is there constantly. It's not as big of a problem as the whip crack and Johnny Test, but I'd much rather watch Johnny Test than this. Not one fucking thing in this entire show is funny. Even if the situation has comedic potential, the characters in it just make it drag and go on and on and on, and that it never fucking ends. There's even a released but cancelled episode. If it was an episode in the show, it'd easily be the worst one. There's nothing to talk about. It's just them watching TV. The show, it's insulting, it's stupid, it's crass, it's immature, and I think we need to invent a new word to describe how fucking bad this is. Now, I will admit I'm a little biased because I find fucking kidney stones more pleasant than Eminem, but this entire show is just Eminem being obnoxious. So you already have a celebrity I can't stand, and it's just him being obnoxious the entire time. But the little cherry on this shit sundae is that people actually like this, and it's not like fascinatingly bad like Norm of the North, how it's a franchise that just relies on people complaining about it to get money. Congrats, Eminem, you are partially responsible for creating one of the worst things in the history of animation. This is a show that no one should watch, but some people do find it so bad it's good, and of course people are gonna like it because they recognize the celebrity's voice. But you know, if the JoJo and Bobo show, which I thought was the worst celebrity cartoon, which I know neither of these were mainstream shows on television, but anyway, I'm Dr. Xanrian. Oh shit!
Shit! Oh, beat you up!
Hello everybody, it is Smike here, and today we are counting down the top 10 facts about Toy Bunny from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Number 10, very interestingly, Barack Obama actually makes a cameo during the Bite of 87. Number 9, Rhapsody Street Kids is the ugliest goddamn thing ever created. Grandma, look, I understand that you are a huge fan of Cameron Boyce, but you need to stop doing that. Your grandson is oh, look, he's going to go fucking kill himself now. Thanks, Grandma. Anyway, that's what I would have said if a little show called Angela Anaconda never existed. Angela Anaconda is one of the worst cartoons of all time. Now, the particular thing that may have caught your attention is the animation. Oh my god, the animation style is something that may remind you of various other things, such as Monty Python. I'm like, they both got stakes in the title, so might as well. Or the segments on that really dated Mad Show, or JibJab.com, if you remember that, the Weird Al Lame Claim to Fame music video, or the endless hellhole that is the Flogo Baby videos.
I wish whoever made this was, fucking dead.
But no, that involves like photoshopped images on bad flash animation for the most part. This is like 3D stock image hybrid shit. Like they actually had to take pictures of real verbal movements, and they had to make entirely new software and shit just to make the show. Look at this guy animating it right here. He looks like he wants to fucking kill himself. I wouldn't blame him. Like part of what makes the art direction so bad is why does everything have to be black and white? It doesn't help that everything else is just stock images that obviously weren't designed for the environment. Everything is incredibly painfully compressed. There are constantly frames just flat out missing. The lip syncing is awful. And look, I appreciate them trying to do something unique, and I am the minority opinion that anything can be good as long as the right people are behind it. But despite being the creators of the format, they were not the right people to pull this off. Like, look at the storyboards. They absolutely have zero style resembling the final product. Overly relying on the computer for everything is never a good sign. Hey, sometimes bad animation could be made up with good storytelling. Oh my god, was I wrong. I'm like, most people don't even know that this was a full show on television. If you were a stupid kid that liked Digimon in the 2000s, there's this fucking awful Digimon the movie short that played before the movie.
Well, not for long. Angela Anaconda Digi-Evolve to Angelamon.
Guys, I'm gonna fucking drink Bleachymon. Jesus Christ.
Refills are free, right?
I do that.
Didn't know at the time that parents' relationship was rocky. I begged to go see Digimon movie. Parents agree, but I don't realize it's for them to spend some time together as well. Get to theater and excited about Digimon flick. Can't even afford popcorn and drinks. Parents look happy. Angela Anaconda short comes on. Parents also don't speak very good English. My lil boy mind can't comprehend all the fuck going on. Parents are utterly confused by this Canadian fuck running around in a Digimon suit. I start crying and they pull me out of the theater. Mom and dad start blaming each other for going the wrong film. Dad throws away the popcorn. Mom wanted lots of arguing and I'm still crying. Get out to parking lot and drive off in a rush. Get into an accident in parking lot. Dad moves out a mouth later. Fucking bitch of a whore. Angela Anaconda ruined my life.
So let's talk about the theme song.
My name is Angela. Hey, hello. Welcome to my very own show.
It has zero flow and is sung by a character who cannot sing at all. Okay, your name is Angela. Cool, but who are you and why should we watch your show?
I'll introduce my friends to you.
Okay, introduce your friend. Oh, no, wait, she doesn't.
And now to today's story, starring me.
me, and not starring Nanette Manoir.
Okay, if Nanette Manoir is not in the show, then why would you introduce her? She's the only character we get any details about, and she's still in the fucking show. It still stars her. She's not the protagonist. She doesn't get as much focus as you, but it still stars her. All right, let's look at the substitute episode. So we start out with, you guess it, all the kids acting like assholes.
Anything when you have to have breakfast at my house. Mom, they took all the fruit again and didn't leave me any milk either.
Did someone say milk? A good one.
Okay, number one, oh my god, the fucking baby. And number two, what's the point of this? If it's not important to the plot, or it's not there to tell some type of joke, then we don't need a flashback. What's the joke? Is it the joke that the brothers were assholes and they took all the berries and milk from the cereal?
Did someone say milk? A good one.
I don't get it.
Oh, it's like a cum semen joke. Okay, that's what I do when I watch Norm of the North.
I just noticed this while I was editing this, but you notice how there's clearly nothing in the bottle, but then she immediately does what I can't make women do when there's no milk in the bottle. Like, how the fuck did you do that? Anyway, the teacher is sick and she won't be coming in today, but the music in the background made it sound like she fucking died.
New teacher will be in shortly.
What are we supposed to do with our homework? Whatever we want.
How immature. Good idea, Johnny Abadi.
See, Angela, I'm putting gum on it for extra weight, like a stealth bomber.
Now, considering that we're watching the Dr. Eccentric show, you're probably expecting a September 11th joke. But September 11th, 2001 is a serious event in American history that should not be joked about due to the countless people affected by it. Were you expecting me to say that? No. Neither would you expect anybody to sit through a minute of this shit.
Yeah, yep, kids, that's how gravity works.
Excuse me, Miss Clump, but as class monitor, I feel it is my duty to inform you of today's academic agenda.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
No, I'll do a project about rainforest food from the rainforest.
The rainforest food from the rainforest. Hang on, guys, I'm just writing my report about the New York buildings from New York.
I already called dibs on it, Angela Anaconda.
Why are you referring to her like that in a normal conversation? Now, a part of the gimmick of the show is that Angela has fantasies like Doug, except she's a fucking sociopath.
You could always do cannibals.
I'll have the crepe nanette with a side of mashed Derrick and some macaroni and cheese. Tempting, but I'll pass.
What the fuck? Why would you fantasize about cannibalizing people? No, I understand that Nanette is a complete fucking cunt. Like, I'm being serious, she's an absolute bully and a terrible person. But why would you fantasize about wanting to eat her? By definition, that makes you not normal. What the fuck?
Miss Plump, there's plenty of room at the popular kids table.
Fine right here, Missy. Thanks.
Whoops. Okay.
Wow, this just looks so fucking bad. Anyway, Nanette goes to the substitute teacher's house.
Good morning, Miss Plump.
I've been really trying.
Oh, dude, she's like 9. What the fuck?
Oh, and then she goes to another teacher's house. I think everyone in this town is just a pedophile. I bet Denny the mailman lives here, you guys. Anyway, Angela goes back to school.
What is all the fuss about?
Angela's treehouse, made out of popsicle sticks.
Turn around, you dumb bitch. Oh, I apologize. That's not in the budget. Never mind. Anyway, Johnny Abadi is a fucking idiot, and he breaks the project.
Angela Anaconda, this is your 7th tardy this month.
But, Mrs. Brinks, it's only Monday the 5th.
Angela, listen to Mrs. Julia Child. How do you know that she's not referring to, like, a month as a specific point in the grading system that wouldn't be a month in actuality? It could be your 7th time being late in, like, a period of 30 school days, despite it in actuality being the 5th of... Anyway, it's time for another sociopathic fantasy.
So, Ninawatha of the Dimwits is feeding her beloved Miss...
Oh, and then Nanette and the teacher fall off a waterfall and, presumably fucking die. And then she floods the storage cabinet and she has to go to the principal's office. But then the substitute is there and she's a substitute principal. And no, I guess they don't have a vice principal when the principal's absent. Despite the fact that teachers and principals are entirely different jobs, regardless of working in the same facility. And then they order a pizza, which probably has fucking chunks of people in it. Okay, you thought that was bad? How about we look at the pilots for the show?
My name is Angela, and John is mine. And that man is a piece of slime.
What fucking assholeian made this? So why does it look like that? Who greenlit this?
Johnny, haven't you a Valentine for I, your chéri amour? Which is French for it better be nice.
Why is Nanette's hair like a wig and Angela's is just scribble? Why is everyone else besides Angela stuck to one facial expression? Why does Nanette always have to be smiling?
Cause you are going to eat this card.
Oh my god.
Repulsive. I can't believe you're wearing boys' underwear, Angela Anaconda.
Nanette, I got a better fucking question. How about you stop staring at her vagina? Or penis, we don't assume genders on this show. And that's Angela Anaconda. Oh my fucking god, what the hell did we just watch? And an interesting thing to point out about the show is that it actually has quite a large online fan base. There's this channel, Amazon Kane, which has some top quality Angela Anaconda content. So if you think this is good, then subscribe to her. Guys, I'm gonna stop doing the Dr. X Henry show and just do nothing but praise Angela Anaconda now. Anyway, she's been working really hard to reboot the show, implying that she probably gives more shit about the actual show than the people did while making it.
Again? I don't quite believe that kids are allowed to pick where the field trip is, considering all the planning involved, but... Was this a thing? I don't know.
Even her, the #1 Angela Anaconda fan, knows that the shit is terrible and makes no sense.
I used to be offended at horror depictions of the character, considering how so much of the internet didn't like the show, and I'm still seeing some of the same jokes. Oh, she's a sociopath. No, she's not. Guys, I got some bad news for you. I did hear back from Wildbrain, and they're not interested in rebooting Angela Anaconda. And they're not interested in giving up the right.
You actually thought that people would be interested in rebooting Angela Anaconda. You know, the show about how Scout Finch fantasizes about fucking cannibalizing people. Anyway, I'm Dr. X Henry and I'm signing off.
It even plays his own tapes. And with all this talk and play software, he'll never run out of fun. Play School Talk and Play.
It's the Muppet Show with our very special guest star.
Like Hitler, I do not. The Holocaust is not what happened. Let's look at the facts of that. And Hitler has a lot of redeeming qualities.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that.
He did good things too. We're gonna stop dissing the Nazis all the time.
Oh my God! Oh jeez! Oh my God! Oh, somebody help me!
Operator, may I help you?
Hello, operator. Can you tell me how to get Sesame Street?
Of course, I've got some thoughts too.
Cookie, haven't you had enough?
Hey,
but Gordon, meat-growing monster.
And that's how Bert lost Big Bird.
I feel very sorry that your best friend Jim died.
What happened?
Hi,
Bob.
Jim died?
What?
We were just starting to get to know him.
He's locked in the cage.
Alright, puppets are fucking weird.
I'm at the pool hall, and this girl comes up, and she's all like, and I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Primarily because they're capable of full articulation, but only when someone else is controlling them, which is kind of weird. They just sit there like a fucking tomato and don't do anything until you start to control them. Like, tomatoes just fucking sit there, but if my tomato started moving, I'd fucking shit my pants. That's why they made a movie about it. So when you stick your hand up a puppet's ass, you give it life, but only temporarily. Most puppets are designed to replicate human characters or anthropomorphic characters with human-like attributes, except humans are actually kind of difficult to replicate. Low-quality replications of humans are actually quite often amongst puppets. Exploitable psychological fear is the reason why there's so many puppet horror characters, you know, Slappy, Chucky, Billy of Jigsaw, Annabelle, etc. All of those are exploitations of the psychological fear of seeing something that's not supposed to move. In fact, often the attempt to be friendly, but failure to, is what people could find horrifying. Now, puppet shows actually go as far back as like 3,000 years ago. It was kind of like cartoons before cartoons in a way. So, of course, when television came along, it's not surprising that they took the thing that already existed and just recorded it. So yeah, puppet television shows go back as far as television, really. But obviously, before the 50s, television was kind of complicated. But of course, with the rise of children's television, puppet shows became exceptionally more common. And particularly marionette shows. And marionettes, or just any type of string puppets, are arguably one of the unintentionally scariest forms of puppetry, because of the full-length features, which are being controlled from above. Each individual limb is being held above and manipulated. A good example of these weird, creepy marionette shows, which there are a ton of from the 50s and 60s, is Sarah and Hoppity, which is mostly lost media. This was based on the book series of the same name, but like in this show, this creepy old man just barges into this house and is trying to sell this girl this doll, but it looks like a fucking corpse in a body bag unintentionally. Throughout the 50s and 60s, this is what a lot of puppet shows were like. Lots of unintentionally creepy marionette characters. But in 1969, a little show called Sesame Street dropped. You might have heard of it. It's kind of obscure, actually.
Sorry about your friend here. He didn't cross the line. Who are you?
Hey, kids. This is my new friend, Donald Trump.
Jim Henson was like the hot shit in the children's industry, and it's actually struggled to break into the mainstream. You know, no one wanted an all-audiences Muppet show historically. Jim Henson may have not been the hot shit in everything, but he was the hot shit in children's television. So, comparing 70s and 80s puppet shows, they were actually much different because most characters were more Muppet-like with the plush textures and focus on expression and some aspects of realism. 70s puppetry was actually a huge improvement in a way, and Jim Henson undeniably revolutionized puppetry. But what if I told you that someone tried to capitalize off of the success of Sesame Street, but the show that tried to capitalize off of Sesame Street was known as Peppermint Park? Now, Peppermint Park was a live-action children's educational show featuring a combination of live-action segments, puppet segments, and storybook segments. Sound familiar? Now, I like to take things with a grain of salt. Maybe it isn't actually a Sesame Street ripoff, and it just happens to have some similarities and fell flat on its ass, but, you know, it could have just been a disaster due to budgeting limitations. But actually, after taking a much deeper dive into the series, my opinion has completely shifted. This is 100% not just Sesame Street ripoff, but just a general Jim Henson ripoff. There are plagiarisms outside of Sesame Street that are noticeable here, but obviously it is mostly a Sesame Street ripoff. In fact, the intro is an exact fucking carbon copy of what the Sesame Street intro used to be. Just a bunch of kids playing in a park with a happy song playing. If you're my age, you might not know what I'm talking about, because between the years of 1969 to 2006, the Sesame Street intro was a bunch of kids playing in a park with happy music playing. But in 2007, this intro format was altered into something that is still used today, of just actually displaying a city with the characters, which I actually think is a much better intro format, and this intro format, at least same principle of street showing characters, is still being used to this day. You know, it's actually a benefit because it introduces you to the puppets. But the thing about my history with Sesame Street is I actually grew up watching both 90s Sesame Street and 2000 Sesame Street. It's because of hand-me-down VHS tapes and what was already on TV. I still have 2 of these hand-me-down VHS tapes, Do the Alphabet from 96 and The Best of Elmo from 94.
Rest in peace, Do the Alphabet VHS. I broke it for the sake of this gag. Hooray.
Cookie Monster's Best Bites I can also recall having, in which the DVD release came out in 2003, but the VHS release came out in 1995, if not mistaken. I don't have that now, though. And then I can't remember all the other Sesame Street VHS tapes I had when I was a little kid.
With all new home videos that are full of new ways for your kids to count, to dance, and to learn.
But Peppermint Park only lasted 6 volumes, which is the equivalent of 6 episodes with 1 episode of 30 minutes per volume. That's the thing about VHS. You can only fit so much onto one VHS. There are some movies that were so long that they had to be split into multiple tapes. So it was actually pretty common to get anywhere from like 1 to 3 episodes per tape. In fact, the Sesame Street tapes I just showed off, those are about both half an hour each. But how could a Peppermint Park only lasted 6 episodes?
Oh, look at that one. That one's really nice.
Yeah, that's great. Watch this.
What the heck?
Oh, it's because the puppets are fucking horrifying. These puppets are not friendly. They are extremely poorly constructed. They kind of have like weird monkey-looking mouths, which comes off as incredibly unnatural, probably because of the realism of the designs. Containing both human hands and human hair. The hair looks like they just got a wig from a Sears catalog and just plopped it on the puppet. And like every proportion is so off, the head proportions especially. Like, why is the chest 4 times larger than the head? The necks additionally move like they are broken. In fact, a majority of these characters have human clothes, so I guess they had to build the body proportions around the human clothes. And then the human hands are the most distracting feature because the gloves are so wrinkly and shit. I think the inspiration behind these puppet characters' general structure, which applies to all of, was the Swedish Chef. If you didn't know, the Swedish Chef is actually performed by 2 people, 1 person performing the hands and 1 person performing the mouth. Originally Frank Oz and Jim Henson. So if you've never noticed, the Swedish Chef's hands are actual human hands. In fact, there are multiple instances where the Swedish Chef is being seen with a wedding ring on, but that's just because the hand puppeteer at the time, Steve Whitmire, just legitimately forgot to take it off, and that somehow slipped in and no one noticed. Why does he have a wedding ring? Because bro got human hands. Notice how the Swedish Chef is like slamming shit on the table and throwing shit around and inefficiently stirring things and shit. That's because he has human hands. That's the point of the character. It's kind of difficult to get a puppet to hold things without appropriately proportioned objects, but if your character has human hands, you don't need to do that. The fact that the character has real human hands allows real objects to be grabbed and only enhances the cooking slapstick associated with the character. So the guy that made the puppets, apparently, and was also one of the main puppeteers on the show, Dan O'Quinn, I guess decided to just make every character the Swedish Chef to save money, probably. None of the characters hold puppet-proportioned objects. Lazy Town is a good example of this. Puppet characters often hold objects, but they're appropriately portioned for the puppets, so they're reachable because they don't have human hands. So it was most likely, fuck it, let's just build every character like the Swedish Chef to save money on additional objects for the characters to hold. Now, Dan O'Quinn, the mastermind behind the puppets, apparently also worked for PAX, Hanna-Barbera, and on the 2004 film Day After Tomorrow, and as well as created the Biggles of Biggle Land, Meet the Biggles, an episode of the kids show called Kids Songs. Yeah, that's not confusing at all. Apparently this is him. This is just a picture of a guy attached to his wiki page, but apparently this is him. But unsurprisingly, the show has nothing to do with peppermints or parks. I think the main show is supposed to be set in a park, in fact, a clubhouse in a park, as established by the one establishing shot in the entire show. Just like a fucking shed in the middle of nowhere with a single piece of wood written clubhouse on it, but you can tell they were running out of space, so they started writing smaller halfway through. Like, you couldn't get a second piece of wood? Like, what the hell? And before any 50s through 90s Texan kids ask, no, this has nothing to do with the theme park, Peppermint Park. There's just this random, obscure, defunct theme park I was able to find on the internet. Actually, speaking of 50s through 90s kids, did you know that there was a girl that went to my high school? Her name was Candace Stick. Mystic, if you're watching, you are a legend of the high school that I went to. So I guess the park in the show that is plagiarizing the old Sesame Street intro is Peppermint Park. But the main characters of Peppermint Park, or at least the reoccurring ones with names, there are some that are left anonymous, are Wiley, Trevor, Littlebit, Maynard, Ernie, Crunkle, Professor Goodstuff, Snorky, Sophie, Piggle, and the only reoccurring human character with multiple appearances, Magic Megan. Actually, that's not true. I forgot one other human character, the story lady. I didn't put her in the script because I'm an idiot, but you can't blame me. She's not much of a character. All she does is narrate. Now, a majority of these characters are just simply boy or girl, and the only interesting ones are the ones that are just Jim Henson ripoffs. For example, Maynard is like the sad old man because he has a song singing about his depression like Leonard Cohen.
I was red hot, always trying to be a big shot.
Unless he's like the grandpa of one of the kids or something, I don't know what the fuck he's doing at the park. I guess he's supposed to be like the Oscar the Grouch equivalent of the show. Like, otherwise, what is this sad old man doing in a park clubhouse with a bunch of children? I assume this motherfucker is like a recovered drug addict or alcoholic or something. And don't forget Ernie, who has an exact same name as the Sesame Street character.
I'm straight. I'm straight. You're the homos.
Professor Goodstuff, which is just Bunsen Honeydew off of the Muppets. The most notable character undeniably has to be Piggle, who is a pig. He has the most creepy design because of the eye expression. The thing about Piggle is that he has a Kermit the Frog voice only sometimes.
See, I'm using 4 crackers here.
Oh, well, if you're explaining the number 4, you only need 4 crackers, right?
Well, Mary's lamb is lost. Don't just stand there. Do something. We've got to find Mary's little lamb. I'll be right back.
I guess it was changed later on because they thought it was too similar. So I guess this is the child of Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy. But he has, like, Cookie Monster's personality, so he's like a triple ripoff.
Yeah, I see. Well, I'm real glad to know you only need 4 crackers, because that means you won't be needing these right here.
Piggle, wait a minute.
Like, these characters are not likable. There is no pizzazz to anything. Nothing is distinguishable. Like, you look at the Muppets or Sesame Street, and even Sesame Street, which has significantly less variation in weight proportion and species and design and such. Even Sesame Street, which is nothing compared to the diversity of the Muppet Show, are legitimately distinguishable designs. Like I said, a majority of these characters are just boy or girl, or dragon or pedophile, and pig, I guess. No one has like a fun dynamic. Like, the puppets rarely act with one another, and when they do act with one another, it's just bizarre. I think the majority of the voices are pitch shifted.
I'm really scared that he might get into something at home. You know, like he might chew on something he's not supposed to. So that makes me scared.
Everything feels incredibly confined, probably because there's only one establishing shot in the entire show. And bringing up the Swedish Chef again, when he's like doing his wacky kitchen acts, you notice how, you know, it's like a big-ass kitchen, you know, and it's not this tiny space. Part of why the show is so bizarre and creepy is just how everything confined is, again, from the lack of establishing shot, due to the fact that everything is so close together, despite the puppets being so big. Like, there are no full body shots either. You never see any of the puppets' legs. Now, I know some puppets don't have legs. Like, they never take the extra step to show puppets' legs in necessary for creating an interesting shot composition. I assume multiple puppets, one half body and one full body, were not made for the show.
I don't know why the cabs won't stop. Just leave it to me. That's very effective.
Yeah, it's great when it works.
B is the first letter in the word bear.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
This is the letter C. C is the first letter in the word crackers. Once again, boys and girls, it's time for Magic Megan.
She is such a bad bitch, though.
For you today, your friends are gonna think you're magic. Okay, first you need a piece of paper.
Okay, guys, so we have our paper. We're gonna do the magic trick.
Take the piece of paper and fold it. Let's count how many times. And look, it stands up.
And what do you know? If you fucking fold the paper, it adds an additional proportion, allowing gravitational pull to hold it up. Magical.
Wait a minute, Piggle.
What?
Was this a working stoplight when you got it?
Yeah, why?
Exactly where did you get it from?
Well, from that big pole on the corner, just outside. Why?
Piggle, that light was very important on that pole.
Uh-oh.
Did Piggle just commit a federal crime? What the fuck?
Hi, gang. It's me, Ernie. Today on Peppermint Park, we're introducing the letter M. It's such a great letter. How could you order M&Ms without the letter M?
How could you order M&Ms without the letter M? Like, yeah, I guess he has a point, but they wouldn't fucking call it that if there was no letter.
No mayonnaise, no medicine. About a son of gun. Come on, gang. Sing the song along with me this time.
Oh great, now he's just repeating the entire fucking song again for filler. In fact, there was a lot of filler in these episodes. The songs suck too, they just go on and on and on. They have awful fucking rhyme scheme.
Sparky told me to meet him here at the Peppermint Park fire station. Gee, I hope he shows up. Hi, Piggle. Oh, hi, Sparky.
Why did they use a firefighter clown? Like, what's... I don't want a clown to be my firefighter. That boy just gonna be clowning and not putting out the fire. Oh yeah, that's another thing. You never actually see the kids interact with the puppets. It's only adults on a few instances. Which is actually a good thing, because I'd hate to see a child's reaction to the puppets in full motion on camera. Okay, so why is the ukulele fake, but the Swedish chef hands are real? Like, why? There's just a massive editing error, too. Like, they're just placing O's everywhere, like it's not timed at all, and then they just increase the speed out of nowhere towards the end.
Round and wonderful, oh, you beautiful, oh.
Hi, boys and girls. It's time now for Magic Megan.
Hi, Magic Megan. Can you make my virginity disappear? Keep it clean up. So, excluding segments using the main puppet characters, there were a ton of other show segments still involving puppets. In fact, there were even marionette segments, but, like, the marionettes don't actually look horrible. At the end of the day, it's still marionettes in a show for 5-year-olds. That's still a little creepy. But looking at some of the non-puppet segment songs, it's just like fucking stock footage of an animal. They just go on and on and on with lots of filler lyrics.
What do I know about a rhino? I know whoever made them used a great design-o.
Whoever made them used a great design-o. No one fucking designed a rhino. What the hell? That's just biology. This doesn't make any sense.
With a cottage.
A hippo was flying high in a red aeroplane. He tried to do a loop-de-loop, but he crashed into a train. He forgot his seat belt. That was plain to see. If he had worn his seat belt, he'd be safe like me. So
that song is a tasteless. That song has no melody. Isn't that the worst song you've ever heard, Alton?
In fact, there are a couple instances of just nonsense filler. Like these random segments of just puppet dancing cause lol XD. Like there is a 3-minute scene of just a scarecrow dancing out of nowhere. In fact, there is another scene, like the scarecrow scene, but it's a dog dancing for 3 minutes. And then another one with a red lion dancing for 3 minutes. Like I said, there's storybook segments. Now, to my knowledge, these were mainly released as their own thing with Sesame Street VHS tapes, and they weren't really a part of the main show. But it's still ripping off Sesame Street nonetheless. And I think the biggest issue with the storybook segments is that just the total quantity of illustrations is just distracting.
There were swings and slides, a giant sandbox, and even a place where children could paint. It had many jars filled with brightly colored paints and special shirts to wear. Trevor knew when he was painting, he would have to wear one of the shirts so he wouldn't get paint on his clothes. I think maybe I'll like this school, he thought. There are so many things to do. I just know I'll have fun.
Like, if you're gonna say all of that shit, like, show a picture of it.
Hi, boys and girls. Today on Peppermint Park, we have a very special story about finding a new friend. One day, Alan and his sister Alice were playing a game of hide and seek. Where did you find such a pretty puppy? Alan pointed under the bush.
What is up with her dress? Why is it the same color as her skin? Additionally, there was like a promotion tape featuring some song segments, but that doesn't count as a full episode. This show was actually lost media for a decent amount of time. I think the channel Cringe Vision, which just uploads clips of 70s, 80s, and 90s weird VHS shit, is initially responsible for getting the show some traction on the internet. And then the hunt to get all the volumes publicly available on the internet in their entirety began. Now, actually, back in the day, 2015, 2016, I contributed nothing to the search, but I did keep up with regular updates regarding it. These VHS tapes are incredibly rare. Less than 2 years into the franchise, they were out of print. Apparently, they did air on some TV stations at some point, but Icy Roserade is the guy that's actually responsible for tracking all this down, meaning that this very video would not be possible without his help of making all of the volumes publicly available on the internet. But one day, I do hope that more actually surfaces on the show. Hell, maybe he could even get a Netflix reboot. But single-handedly, the biggest piece of evidence I have to support the claim that it was just a general Jim Henson ripoff is just the title of the show. Peppermint Park, and there happens to be this random obscure piece of Muppets merchandise called Opening Day at Peppermint Park. This was a 1986 Muppet Show book and tape set released for the Play School Electric Talk and Play interactive toy.
Play School Talk and Play, the interactive tape player. Kids use special books and tapes to choose and change which character talks to them.
Aha! Choose red if you want Oscar.
No, Grover! This is Grover! It can be different every time.
Now, I don't have the words to the book, but I was actually able to find the pages of the book on the internet. And all that I can infer is that the Muppets get invited to the show, and then they do their normal shenanigans, and then it ends with audio of Together Again from Muppets Take Manhattan, the newest Muppet film at the time of this release in 1986. So I do think it's entirely possible that the creators of this show just took the name from this random obscure piece of Muppets merchandise under the assumption that they wouldn't get caught. Because like otherwise this show has nothing to do with peppermints or parks, or just really a park in general. Again, a majority of the show is, I think, set in the clubhouse in the park. Like, using Peppermint Park as your title is an incredibly pointless title. So it is entirely possible that the name was just lifted from a random piece of Muppets merchandise, which adds up with all the additional Jim Henson plagiarisms and obviously the format of Sesame Street.
Oh, I'm in big trouble, see? Could you do me a favor?
What is wrong with you? Why are you blue?
Take Las Palmas to Colorado. Take Colorado down to Pico. And that's how you get to Llama School. You go to Pico. You take Pico to Colorado. Take Colorado to Las Palmas, and that's how you get to Llamas.
If she gets into that car, that may be the last time you'll see Jenny. I'm McGruff, the crime dog. See those kids? Every day in this country, 60 kids.
Oh, beware of ghoulies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night.
About the place here? I think it's a fun place for kids. How's it feel to have kids love you?
Oh, that's the nicest feeling in the world. And I love the kids, too. They're all my friends. Didn't mean to bump you there.
Okay.
Can I bite your head?
No.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Wiley.
Pleasure to meet you, too.
You've got it on your own there. Very good. And that was our last question. And Red Team, you are the winner. Let's hear it for the Red Team. All right. Very good. Red Team's the big winner today.
Sheriff Dawn.
Yes, Marty.
I think Marty wants to be sure and mention the Mailbox Club.
Oh,
that's right, Ron. We want all the kids to write in and join on the Mailbox Club. That's right, but there's 3 things they need to send us, Marty. Their name, their address, and their age. And they can join us, and they can get a lot of neat stories and lessons, and it'll be a lot of fun to read.
Ventriloquism is arguably one of the scariest forms of puppetry, and I think I found the scariest ventriloquist dummy, not necessarily for the design, but rather the puppeteer.
Operator, may I help you?
Hello, operator. Can you tell me how to get Sesame Street?
Fight out of crime.
Boys and girls able to have children by about the age of 12 years of
They
age.
deceive you the same as he's deceived you all along. Yeah. We need to go. Who's going to be with the children?
Daddy,
can we see you again?
Let's just say a prayer. Okay, let's pray. Let's say a prayer. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you.
And as it is appointed unto men once to die, but after this the judgment.
The modern art of ventriloquism is a re-intention of its own original purpose.
I love jello pudding pop.
Shut up, you knuckle fuck. Ventriloquism as an art form didn't start until the late 1700s as a comedy act, but not until the 1800s as a comedy act in theaters. But rather, it was a biblical practice being representative of apparent spirits of the departed, with the ventriloquist interpreting the words of the spirit themselves, which eventually became used for comedy reasons, the main joke being that one person was controlling 2 voices. The realism originally intended to represent the departed was used to rather create the illusion of another actor. It is often debated amongst varying interpretations of Christianity if the practice would qualify as witchcraft or not. During the vaudeville era, which spans from about the 1890s to the 1930s, it became industry standard for the ventriloquist dummies to have a fully functioning mouth, which only bettered the illusion of a second voice. But at the end of vaudeville and the beginning of cinema, the most famous ventriloquial duo of all time, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, rose to fame. Edgar also had another notable character, Mortimer Sneed. Edgar Bergen also passed away in 1978, meaning that he was around for the end of vaudeville, the beginning of film, and the beginning of a new era of puppetry. However, with 50s and 60s children's entertainment, string puppets became the new norm, but the success of Sesame Street in 1969 kind of led the way for shifting industry standards of characters with Muppet-like attributes, which made ventriloquism even more outdated. By the 80s and 90s, they were often portrayed in horror contexts, even in children's media like Slappy from Goosebumps or the Family Matters dummy duology of episodes. But the late Edgar Bergen actually had some involvement in the new era of puppetry, having some involvement with the Muppets, the new industry standard. His daughter Candace appeared in the first season of The Muppet Show.
It's The Muppet Show with our special guest star, Miss Candace Bergen. Woo!
But the late Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy appeared in The Muppet Show Season 2.
It's The Muppet Show with our very special guest star, Mr. Edgar Bergen.
Which is an interesting watch with historical contexts because it's technically a crossover episode between 2 puppet acts. Edgar and Charlie also made a cameo in the Muppet movie.
You're not gonna believe who the winner is, folks. Oh, come now, Charlie. It's their movie. Oh, so 'tis.
Which it was only appropriate to include a puppetry legend in a film that broke new grounds for puppetry. So for children's entertainment, at least for what I can infer, what remains of ventriloquism was kind of outdated by the 50s. It was more of a talk show sketch act, which was targeted more by adults. But by the 80s and 90s, it truly went back to its roots of being representative of the departed, with the dummies often being associated in horrific contexts. Except you can only build a human out of wood so accurately that it guarantees the uncanny valley. But in the 80s, a man named Ronald William Brown began to take his rise to notoriety. Brown began to take on Christian puppetry as an entertainment for a career path, presumably being a notable local Christian talent in the Largo, Florida area. A notable enough talent to be included as a cast member on Joy Junction, an obscure Christian show for the non-profit Christian television network based in Largo, Florida. Joy Junction was a Christian game show intertwined with scripted segments of the host teaching biblical lessons. Joy Junction is a show so obscure that it's not even documented what year it came out. It's speculated to have been released in the early to mid-80s, airing for multiple years. Most of what is known about the show is from surviving TV recordings reposted onto the internet. There was some merchandise of the show which was given out on the show which reminded kids to put God first, and there was a song collection cassette which apparently released in 1985, meaning the show probably came out before that cassette, but it could have also been a Season 1 release tie-in. In fact, some ads for VHS tapes exist, but not indicating the premiere, but the VHS tapes were available through $12 donations.
And you'll receive 2 specially selected programs on each tape. Specify whether you want Joy Junction or Becky's Barn, and you don't have to camp out at the post office. Hey, look, it's here!
This ad also ties into another highly obscure Christian lost public access show called Becky's Barn, but Becky's Barn's release date is also undetermined, so it's a dead end. The logo for the show and the synthwave for the Christian television network is another solid indicator of the consensus of the early to mid-80s airtime. The show is both rare and obscure, and the following is mostly just observations from my personal speculation and what we can infer from minimal surviving footage. YouTube user Danny D is mostly responsible for archiving a portion of the series, as well as the previously mentioned Cringe Vision, who launched the show into infamy, along with other similar shows of its category, including the previously discussed Peppermint Park.
Oh, look at that one. That one's really nice. Yeah.
With each episode focusing on the topic of a moral, whether the moral was exclusive to Christianity or not was not an issue. Simply, the biblical connections of each lesson were applied to maintain the primary aspect of biblical conversation. The games on most instances are tied to the biblical conversation, and the guests were children, meaning they had to be both safe, educational, and affordable, meaning the games were very boring. Why watch moving hot dogs with words to biblical verses written on them when you could change the channel to Nick with people getting covered in slime? You know, assuming you had Nickelodeon, or were even allowed to watch it, considering you're stuck watching Joy Junction. But in between the game show segments, we would see the residents of the fictional western town of Joy Junction engaging in biblical conversation. The intro is also very late 70s, early 80s in sound, and is a complete ripoff of the chorus of the 1971 song Joy to the World by Three Dog Night. Joy to the world, all the boys and girls.
Want a ride? If someone you don't know offers you a ride, you're out of there fast. Run to a school, someone you know, or a police officer. Children, be aware.
Joy Junction is the place to be. Joy for you and me. To the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me.
So wait, what the fuck happened to Thou Shall Not Steal? The main host was Sheriff Don, who'd introduce the guest and interlude all the sections of the show. Sheriff Don would often conversate with Whittler Dan to provide his input on the biblical topic, as well as a character who I assume was added later, Deputy Les, who served a supporting role of a conversationalist. Whittler Dan's actor David Bradley, who also played another character with minimal remaining appearances, Jungle Bob, who has a fake Australian accent and would presumably showcase animals on the show, like ferrets, my favorite jungle animal.
the smell. So usually he licks something before he bites.
Professor Claude Hopper was the mad scientist who would bring in inventions which contributed to the lesson. Papillon, a fake French artist who would illustrate the moral of the episode, typically in a metaphorical context. Pastor Wilson, that role writes itself. And there were two main reoccurring soloist singers that would appear on the show named Sarah Eden and Darcy Wilson. When I began to first take a deep dive into the series, one thing that caught my attention was this Muppet character. I say Muppet because of the design's attributes, but this character, from observations of remaining footage, is presumably a lost character within a mostly lost show. It's the only Muppet character in this show, and I assume the character only has one appearance, but the scene of his appearance is used in the intro to multiple episodes. So I decided to ask Danny D if he knew about the character, and not even the largest archivist of the series know who this Muppet ripoff is. So this is essentially a lost character in a lost show. There's also a little girl who's playing an old lady who would appear sometimes, typically if the concept's related to responsive anger.
To block the sidewalk all day!
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Madame, I was showing the sheriff here how we have a close relationship with Jesus Christ.
Oh, come on! Get real!
There were also animated segments of the character Jot the Dot, which were repurposed Christian shorts around 4 minutes that were originally made from 1965 to 1974, with a brief revival that lasted from 1980 to 1981, which is a solid indicator to when Joy Junction came out, assuming the revival shorts as well as the original shorts were used throughout the show. The character kind of reminds me of Spot, the retired 7-Up mascot. Jot the Dot's animation is incredibly minimalistic, especially with the geometric simplicity of the character designs, but for random Christian shorts from 1965 to 1981, I actually expected a lot worse animation. But this brings us to the most notable segment of the show, Ron and Marty, with a ventriloquist act performed by Ron demonstrating a father-son dynamic with Marty within the biblical conversation. The most infamous of these segments is where he talks about porn, originally uncovered by Cringe Vision.
I wondered why they were doing that. Well, why were they doing it? Well, they said, Marty, come over here and take a look at our pictures. So I walked on over there and I took a look. And do you know what it was? What was it, Marty? Well, it was in Arizona, I'll tell you that right now. Ron, they were looking at some dirty pictures and they wanted me to look too. Well, Marty, what did you do? Well, I said, look, guys, I like you a lot and I want to play with you, but I can't look at those pictures. I just can't do it. Well, what did they say, Marty? They said, oh, Marty, come on. Your parents are in the house. No one will see. Well, what did you say? I said, that may be true, but I know someone who will see, and that's God. That's right, Marty. You know, that kind of reminds me of a verse I'm thinking of in the Bible that's found in 2 Timothy 2:22. And it says that you should run away from anything that will give you evil thoughts. And as your companions, you should have friends who have pure and clean thoughts and will only give you good ideas. Well, you know what I decided to do? What's that, Marty? I decided to turn around and go right back home. Well, Marty, I'm real proud of you for that. And some of the kids were kind of laughing at me, too. Well, that's okay, Marty. I think they will respect you for your opinion. And, you know, I'm glad you weren't wishy-washy. I'm glad you remained firm in your belief that looking at those kind of things is wrong.
So the show followed these game show segments intertwined with the segments of these characters. And for the standards of public access 80s Christian television, I assume it was successful because there are reports of the show being syndicated from 1993 to 2005 on other networks. And looking at old TV recordings, I think there is some evidence to back this up because I believe some segments were added later. That looks very early 2000s. And in recordings, we can also see snippets of other shows that kind of look CG. I would personally assume, since it was apparently syndicated so much that there had to have been at least 100 episodes. 100 was the magic number for syndication, which mathematically allows 20 weeks worth of weekday reruns. And if you want your show to be heavily reran to profit, you gotta have a ton of content to keep the viewers interested. Like, what's the fun in seeing the same SpongeBob episode you've already seen 3 times in the past month? Surely, if it was syndicated for a long time, there had to have been more than around 39 recovered episodes. So surely the remaining episodes, if not destroyed, have to exist in network archives. People often theorize that the master copies were destroyed, and if they still exist, they will most likely never be officially released, assuming there's even a proper IP holder for the show. And the reason why people assume it's either been destroyed or will never be released, because in 2013, Ronald William Brown was charged with possession of child pornography and conspiracy to kidnap and murder a child. So Lord Almighty cut him down. But what about in between Joy Junction and the charges? Well, in 1991, he started a business called Puppets Plus, meaning that Joy Junction probably ended before 1991. But Brown continued to make a living off of Christian puppetry, and as an entertainer, archives of his website display local Florida establishments as clients. Most of his puppetry is not documented. There's not a whole lot of pictures of him in existence. But in 1998, he was pulled over for a simple traffic violation, but it was noted that he had a pair of boys' underwear shoved in between the car seats. He was let off the hook because he was claimed it was for one of his puppets. But in his local community before the charges, I assume his reputation somewhat shifted, or was at least presumably damaged. Although he was a local notable talent, talented enough to be on public access television, and locally puppeteer for a living, there were also reports of Brown driving kids to church and throwing pizza parties at his house. However, no arrest or investigation was ever made, because all he did was drive children and give children pizza, presumably consensually, otherwise they'd have a good reason to launch an investigation. So I guess it depended on which of his neighbors you were talking to. You were either talking about this notable local talent, or this creepy weird guy. But how did Brown get caught? Well, the internet. Incorporating the internet to fulfill his horrid desires was the tragic flaw in fulfilling his plan. The man clearly had a plan, and every criminal has a motivation. Why become a puppeteer? To be around children, and an excuse to buy puppet proportion clothing, which could also fit a child. Now, it's not known how or why he was brought on to the show, but it can be assumed that it was because of local talent. But he never tried to make like his own show or anything on mainstream television. That would be too high profile. And he never reprised his role as Ron and Marty either. If he wanted to continue his intentions, he clearly desired a low profile position. It's not detailed if he actually murdered or sexually assaulted any children, but he did have to be reliant on others with less of a reputation, and he found ways to receive distributed illegal material, mainly through the internet. But one of the distributors, Michael Arnett, was caught and investigation launched on his clients, one of which was Brown, who used the alias UE Lime in Yahoo chat logs. And in these Yahoo chat logs, Brown can be seen expressing disturbing fantasies of sexual assault and cannibalism of children. And I guess Brown didn't consider the possibility of tracking regardless of having an alternate alias. The UE Lime alias was also used on a gay necrophilia website called cutedeadguys.net, in which his comments are available through archives on this website. And for some reason, he put a correct state location on his profile. The online activity was deemed enough for an investigation and a subsequent arrest. Summarizing police reports and court documents, upon his house being raided, large quantities of illegal imagery on any media you can imagine, books about serial killers and cannibals, a blow-up sex doll with children's clothing on it, and a journal of desires dated back to 1978, and a missing child's poster were even found in his house. Some of the children's corpses within the imagery were even identified and connected to other cases in other states. This means that the unspeakable things were most likely going through his head throughout all the appearances on Joy Junction. Joy Junction seems harmless enough, but it's not a favorable watch because knowing what we know now, we can fill in the blanks as to what was most likely going through Brown's head.
Oh, that was a great game, guys. Sarah, I'm glad to see you sitting there because I wanted to ask you a question. You know, you are a really great singer, you know, but I was wondering about something. Have you ever thought of giving up, you know, throwing in the towel?
Well, that depends on how many times...
Do you know what it was? What was it, Marty? Well, it was in Arizona, I'll tell you that right now. Ron, they were looking at some dirty pictures and they wanted me to look too.
Ronald Brown faces child porn charges along with accusations that he planned to kidnap, dismember, and eat a child.
This means he'd been conducting schemes to get close to children, presumably his entire adult life. Brown received a 20-year prison sentence with restrictions to the internet access, and heavy supervision after the sentence. Brown was later suspected of being involved in another Christian television show, TV8 Kids Fun Fest, aka Pink Morning Cartoon.
To see if it was spring, everything's coming up spring. Bars go high, bars go low, butterflies said, well, it's time to go. Everything's
wasn't Arizona, I'll tell you that right now.
But that was disproven and a coincidence. It was Ella Flowers, not Ronald Brown. But it was a reasonable thing to suspect Brown's involvement because Brown had a very high-pitched voice, and women typically have higher-pitched voices, and it turns out it was a female singer. But the whereabouts of Joy Junction is entirely a mystery, and unless more copies of episodes are recovered, it's lost to the sands of time, as well as pretty much everyone involved. Hence to why people often assume master copies from the syndication were destroyed, and if they weren't destroyed, they're gonna be locked up for a long time, much like how Brown was. But Marty, assuming he was confiscated by the feds, he's probably gonna be locked up for a long time too. If Marty even exists still, of course.
But maybe he's hiding somewhere deep in the state of Florida.
But a lot are kidnapped by strangers, or even by people they know. So write them a gruff, and teach your kids to protect themselves. Help take a bite out of crime.
Mrs. Kavanaugh, this is Marty.
Creepy religious kid show made by a cult I escaped from by a user who wishes to remain anonymous. I know the title sounds very clickbaity, but I assure you every word of it is true, and what I'm describing is real. I just know it is. The cult in question is called the Family International, or TFI. I grew up in Huntington Beach, which funnily enough is where the culture started. What I know for a fact, the show followed a sheep, possibly named something biblical, as they encountered problems. The show was in the style of Sesame Street, with puppets and actors with small animated segments. Standard kid show affairs, right? Well, the problems encountered dove into disturbing subject matter. One segment I recall had the sheep talking to a little boy who had said all he wanted was to serve Jesus in all ways he could, with the sheep saying to the little boy, give his body to the church, with an animated Jesus standing next to what I recall being children wearing little clothing. The show, from what I remember, appeared to have been made in the 80s judging by the camera quality, but I grew up in the 90s and saw these at only 4 years old, so that puts us at 1994 for my earliest recollection of it. Some of the kids within our group were born in the 80s and they had seen these too, so that puts a possible start date as late as 1985 to 1989, but I could be wrong. The show came on VHS, we had hundreds stored away on church property. If this proves the existence of hundreds of episodes, or just means that there are multiple copies of the same episode, is unknown. The user's theories state that information is likely scarce for two reasons. It's either been scrubbed to save the reputation or was produced by the cult with no release outside of it, so obviously no documentation. I also believe that the actress who voiced Sheep was a gospel singer who sang in numerous music videos for the cult dating back to the 70s, which also leads me to believe it had musical segments. Children within the cult may have been used for its production as well. I intend to update as new information is found, and I thank anyone who takes the time to read and help the search. Edit 1 stating, the show Treasure Attic got brought up a lot. While similar, it's not what I'm referring to. I'm led to believe multiple shows were produced and a production studio being found tied to the cult could be the key to finding this. The more overt nature of it could have been why there's almost no mention of it. Edit 2 stating, it's also likely that this was made by a different studio and was just bought by the TFI. That would explain the differing from their other videos as well as the lack of info. Edit 3 states, so around 2 days ago I attempted to contact an ex-member asking if they recalled this too. Well, they say they didn't. They did state that they recalled similar shows with very disturbing material. The answer to this question asked in the Reddit post is a piece of lost media with zero proof to exist. However, there is one fact that could be argued toward the media being legitimate in the post, and the fact that the cult mention has a documented media background, including programming for children.
Oh, beware of ghoulies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night. Oh, that does it. I'm leaving.
Hey, look at this. I've been cleaning out my desk, and I found this whole book of my poetry.
Operator, may I help you?
operator, can you tell me how to get Sesame Street?
Giant talking vegetables?
But luckily I've never seen one of those.
Hey, excuse me! What? The cult mentioned in the Reddit post is referring to the Children of God. Founded in 1968, it has been recognized under a number of legal organization names. Founded by David Brantberg, who first followed his father's footsteps as a minister in the Christian Missionary Alliance between 1948 to 1954. Berg was expelled from the religious organization for holding differences in his teachings and alleged sexual misconduct. But to resume his profession, his close friend and boss, Fred Jordan, gave him a second chance and permitted Berg to operate his religious practices in a Fred Jordan Soul Clinic in Miami. But as a result of seemingly breaking the law with religious conversion methods, he was banned from that soul clinic too. So Fred Jordan gave Berg a third chance and permitted Berg to operate his religious practices in a Fred Jordan Soul Clinic in a Texas location. But by 1968, Berg had founded his own religious organization, first known as the Children of God, referred to by the alias The Family by the organization's members. The year was founded in 1968, being crucial to the traction given the Western counterculture movements of the 1960s. Berg provided an alternative to the youth of the Western world, presenting libertarian rhetorics, but not liberal enough to turn to Satan or dismiss the concept of a higher power entirely, appealing to the young counterculture audience, an answer to the runaway teens and conflicted libertarians, presenting a new interpretation of old text for a new generation against the establishment. Berg's most prominent biblical interpretation was that God loves sex and Satan hated it, contrary to the common interpretation of the Bible permitting sex as unsinful under the correct conditions. Berg did not believe in the 10 Commandments, including the 7th, which opposes adultery. Homosexuality in women was both permitted and encouraged, but not men. Additionally, the art based off the religion was inherently postmodern. The term postmodernism refers to the questioning of assumptions in Western philosophy, utilizing the music styles of the 1960s counterculture, such as traditional folk protest songs and psychedelic rock. All of these bands made an impression that you could still love God, piss off your parents, and want the establishment in the shitter, and for the ladies to have some sex appeal without the consequences of sin. The organization became heavily reliant on propaganda and the new publication of the scriptures of Berg, who interpreted himself as a king and a prophet, being portrayed as the allegory of Grandpa. But unlike a lot of religious figures, Grandpa was a proven person on this earth and was still alive and publishing scriptures in the cult's peak. In this family, it was seemingly the grandfather, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And amongst these scriptures included such illegal concepts were promoted, including incest and pedophilia, all justified in the name of love, seemingly given by God. People have continuously taken advantage of religious authority to benefit sexual desire, but this man took it to the next level by founding a private religion that permitted it, and was smart enough to actually go somewhere with it, with seemingly no restrictions to lust besides adult male homosexual activity. And over the next 3 decades, allegations of sexual abuse within the organization, including from Berg himself, accused by his daughters and his daughter-in-law, and 2 of his granddaughters, claims of alleged sexual abuse. All of these through religious justifications, but that's just Berg himself. But over the course of his life, Berg went through 2 marriages, however, only the second is notable for the cult involvement. His second wife, Karen Zerby, who is 30 years younger than Berg, for 2 reasons. A, he couldn't legally marry a child, and B, he needed a trusted apprentice given his inevitable passing. However, Karen had a child that Berg was not the father of, named Ricky Rodriguez, who was unofficially adopted and raised within the cult family. Given that the lifestyle banded the traditional family entirely, everyone was viewed as one family, with the higher power being the grandfather. Children and adults lived under strict lifestyle regulations, including sexual practices, many of which broke the law even for mid-20th century legal standards. There's tons of documentation of the horrific lifestyles and stories of sexual abuse and mental consequences from those who were fortunate enough to have the mental capacity to question authority and resign. However, the horror stories of those brainwashed and raised within are not mine to tell. However, one aspect of the cult's history perfectly represents the mental consequences of the private religion. Berg had died in 1994, and Karen Zerby took over as the leader. Zerby was referred to as Maria, with multiple aliases within the propaganda of Grandpa. By the time Rodriguez was an adult, he had left the cult, but had seemingly had motivation to murder his mother, Karen Zerby, but was unable to get in contact with her. However, he was capable of getting in contact with his childhood nanny and sexual abuser.
Well, I got my Heineken. that helps a bit, I guess. I'm bringing a 6-pack along for the road, my little cooler. Hopefully, before I actually have to go, I'll be able to, you know, make it a little more pleasant. I don't know, though. One of these fuckers to the head. I don't think there's gonna be much time to feel anything. Might hurt for a split second, but certainly no more than cutting your wrist.
He murdered her, then confessed to his crimes, then killed himself to avoid legal consequences. And Karen Zerby hasn't been seen publicly as of recent, but is seemingly still alive at the age of 77 as of writing, and is one of the most evil people alive. In its prime, the trickery involved propaganda to the youth that could be divided into 2 categories. Some of the music from the cult, such as LPs like Across the Sky, Fun to Learn, Magic of Love, are really no different from what you'd find at a Christian bookstore. That's the vanilla Christian entertainment that would serve as an introductory, the bait to the justification of sexual abuse of minors, like such art as the song Kathy Don't Go, which is still commercially available, and is a song about not going to the supermarket to not give money to the capitalist establishment even if it provides an essential, but the art was always intended to take advantage of an impressionable youth, and 1 year after the group's founding, something came out that changed the course of children's entertainment forever.
Why don't you call your show Sesame Street? My entire career as a TV educator nipped in the... What was that?
Sesame Street in its prime was a very progressive show for 1969 standards.
Me give 'em up. No more shoot 'em. Me make 'em heap good deal. Me make 'em. Indians don't talk like that.
For many children, it was most likely the first time they ever saw the inner city blues on television. It was set in the street. It's not bright, everything looks like shit, the only cracker you can see is Frank Oz's denim. And Sesame Street actually had the revolutionary concept of creating advertisements of literary concepts. Jim Henson and company prior had a background in commercials.
What you eating?
A sandwich made with Clausen's bread. Want a bite?
Sure.
Somewhere along the line, the media divisions of the Family International had realized, wait, we already make postmodern art to justify sexual abuse of children. Why not take advantage of a new effective teaching method, treating essential life concepts like advertisements, but to use creativity to not be vanilla? And Grandpa's creatives began to make puppet shows. That Reddit post describing one that apparently existed. However, there are only 3 to my knowledge that are proven to exist, with one being commercially released, which is similar to the vanilla Christian music, and the other 2 seemingly being leaked by ex-members. Let's start with the vanilla one.
That's the sound of the Snuffleupagus! He's here!
Treasure Attic is the only commercially released children's program made by the Family International. Treasure Attic, not to be confused with the Muppet Babies episode of the same name, is a variety show with its main characters starring the adventures of Uncle Joe and his puppet sheepdog Peepers, with a couple other animal puppets that visit the attic from time to time. And it has 80s kids show written all over it with all the signature transitions. There is a sheep puppet secondary character named Snowflake, but does seemingly not have any correlation to the mentioned sheep puppet in the Lost show. In the Bible, sheep are used as metaphors of Christ followers, so lots of Christian children's media uses them because it's a cutesy animal with a legitimate biblical purpose to be there. Uncle Jim is kind of like a knockoff Uncle Joey from Full House without the irony. Uncle Jim comes up to Treasure Attic, which isn't really an imaginative or creative location, which I don't mind because I think interacting in the real world is a good thing for preschool shows to have, but they do leave the attic frequently so every episode isn't a bottle episode, with the Uncle Jim and Peepers segments interluding the various segments of the show. The songs are surprisingly fine, which is an absolute rarity for shows of this level of obscurity. However, there's the occasional what the fuck moment. Like, there's a group of singing frog puppets, which have lips for some reason. Like, look at Kermit's Family. They have great designs because they don't have lips. Why did they give the black one big lips? Why is there even a black one?
Crime, racism. Subject,
African Americans.
There is one segment of the show I'd consider Uncanny Valley, a music video of New Beats Music Do It Now, sung by a puppet named Miss Prompt. I wish the whole show was like this because these puppet designs are atrocious and that would make it more interesting. They have Muppet-like structures, but their facial features barely move. The character structures don't have mouths extending to both ends of the face, so they just kind of move like human mouths, but without the jaw fluctuating. So it's mostly singular expressions being dragged around, with no meaning, bringing no life to the life. Just slapping Sears wigs on puppets is one of the worst things you could do while puppet building. It's unstylized and often disproportionate. It makes it more uncanny from partially being resemblant of the textures of reality. I guess this is an electric light orchestra because I hear a single synthesizer being conducted. Look, her right hand is glued to her hip so they didn't have to move it. Surprisingly, the show isn't super religious. Some rhetorics are influenced by the Bible, sure, but it's not in your face with religious content. It's just kind of a really generic and dated 80s kids show made by bad people for a bad reason. It's the show equivalent of Grandpa's hippie bands of the 60s with minimally Christian art that the youth could appreciate, in this context being the children that they wanted to sexually abuse. And much like a lot of the music, it was commercially released. The show is a source of trickery which led to a specific form of Christian extremism, but doesn't have to do much with the true rhetorics of those who made it. Unlike...
See the nose in front of my face!
Well, you see, that's what happens when there's no light.
Those happy, loving puppets, with songs of love and songs of joy, a special time for every girl and boy.
These character designs are so fucking bad, it's difficult to describe exactly what's wrong with them. It's like if they made Betty Boop's 2D character structure into a puppet, because the cheeks take up a ton of the face, and Betty Boop was originally an anthropomorphic dog, hence the unhuman face of the human-era designs, and then applied the unhuman design into a different medium, fucking up the 2D to 3D translation. Or the basic facial structures just remind me of Rubber Hose-era facial expressions, which generally highlight the cheeks a lot, like they just made this the 3D character structure. That is the closest thing I could describe these characters' designs as. The show's entire concept is seemingly to promote love, to escalate the cult's understanding of love to the purpose of sex, the thing God loves in Berg's gospel, the title being a combination of love and puppet. Given that Berg was viewed as a living higher power, Berg in his grandpa alias, one of the most overlooked villains of history, is casually a character in this show. Grandpa serves the role of a storyteller, retelling Bible stories with the insistence of loving thy neighbor, being one of the various segments of the variety show. Every segment has the moral of love, whether being a story or a song. Thankfully, the sexual concepts of love are not integrated, but the show is the tip of the iceberg for Berg's gospel that he published in his lifetime. Speaking of the life of Berg...
Life with Grandpa, what can be more fun? Living where there's love for everyone. Learning lessons each and every day. Learning from the Word of God, the light to guide our way. Life with Grandpa, what can be more fun? That is why we are happy, that is why that we sing. It's because of Jesus, He's everything. We have a purpose in each new day. Learning how to share and give God's love away. Life with Grandpa, what could be more fun? Living where there's love for everyone. Learning lessons each and every day. Learning from the Word of God, the light to guide our way. Life with Grandpa, won't you come along?
There was no effort in even trying to make Muppets for the show. These are nearly dolls with realistic textures with some mouth movements. I don't think it gets any more soulless than this. This show seemingly starring Berg and his family, the assiliants and the victims of sexual abuse, featuring the adventures of learning from Grandpa, who talks about how nice his grandchildren look.
Look at our pretty, pretty girls today. You're dressed in such nice dresses and your hair looks so nice. Thank you, Lord. Did Sarah fix your hair?
Yes, Grandpa.
Oh, she did a great job, God bless her. Yes, you look so pretty for all the children that are watching today. And David, you're such a big boy and so handsome. What a beautiful bunch of children you are. Well, praise the Lord.
It is a children's variety show just like the others. The show teaches other morals, but all glorify Grandpa in the process. For example, a doctor teaching information about sugar, crediting not science, but crediting Grandpa's information.
Today I have an important lesson to share with you from Grandpa. Did you know that this here is a killer and a thief that has invaded the world? Do you know what this criminal is? Yes, white sugar.
The show frequently has messages about the consequences of discipline to limit the chances of children questioning authority.
And what lesson did you learn from this accident, Davida?
That I shouldn't have been disobedient. I should have held your hand like you said.
That's right. And also you didn't tune in to the prayer before the walk, or even say amen when we claimed promises for your safety.
And so the Lord had to teach you a hard lesson for your disobedience. Always remember, the right thing is to obey.
If you can count this as a show, it's probably the worst show ever made, considering it glorifies a religious figure who was a real person and a child sex abuser, and there's not a fucking soul of anything in sight. But The Lovettes and Life with Grandpa may not be the only cult-exclusive shows that ever existed, hence the argument of the Reddit post, but perhaps the rest is private, contains worse things, illegal things, and maybe the remaining shows, if they were ever made, shouldn't be found.
Hey, yo, the pizza here. Oh, nigga! My ears burn.
Now come along with me in the footsteps of Jesus, and I'll show you why they do.
By the mid to late 20th century and even now, religious-oriented programming was and is not mainstream, given the inevitable divisive nature of choosing to follow or oppose a religion that limits the chances of commercial success from the apparent biases of Hollywood creatives. So those who chose to make religious programming hold the inevitable disadvantage of not being backed by a corporation with unlimited amounts of money, which affects the distribution and subsequently the documentation. The VHS era was also the peak of public access television, which was like YouTube at home in a way, being home to local exclusive obscure no-budget shows. But this did come with less restrictions than the mainstream channels, so if you were able to be ape enough, people at home would record it. So only the most notable, for better or for worse, on the YouTube precursor really made their way onto the internet. So back in the day, if you recorded any public access, especially religious public access, you may physically possess rare media. These era and topical conditions can be applied to his reality puppet shows.
Oh, beware of ghoulies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night. That does it. I'm leaving.
Dated.
Hey, look at this. This is reading over again. It's like poetry.
Operator, may I help you?
Hello, operator. Can you tell me how to get Sesame Street?
His reality puppet shows was presumably a spin-off of his reality TV miniseries, an incredibly obscure biblical discussion show, mainly focusing on commenting on the biblical interpretations of the conditions of the world among us, expanding the catalog of that series with a little help of the impact of Sesame Street. Upon its debut, Sesame Street did have a postmodern bias given the questioning of authority by making free-to-watch programming by representing racial minorities and a lower class and not holding a religious bias, which may have created a disapproval of it being viewed in some households. So Sesame Street's general lack of religion may have been an influence towards the creation of his reality puppet shows. The series intro is a parody of Gonna Make You Sweat by CNC Music Factory and Freedom Williams, famous for its chorus, featuring the intro of
Everybody praise now!
with this girl and like a talking shoe.
Done for you all your life through. Praise him again. Come on, say amen. Everybody over here, everybody over there, get your hands in the air.
And a bad 90s CG church bumping to the hippin' and the hoppin' and the bippin' and the boppin'. There are also floating hand motions which remind me of the narrator from the 1980 Weston Wood short Teeny Tiny and the Witch Woman based on the children's book.
Now I'm going to tell you a very old story.
It's called...
Thankfully, the floating hands aren't that threatening. On the subject of song parodies, there's also a parody of I'm a Believer by the Monkey, but you probably know the cover from Shrek.
Thought God was nothing but a fairy tale.
Why do the performers have puppet legs? Why do they even make those? They couldn't just do it at a half body. There is a notable lack of frame define in some of the puppet segments. Way back in the 50s, Jim Henson's Sam and Friends was shot like a traditional puppet show, but was filmed within practical confines to make the puppets feel more real by not exposing the puppet attributes. Some segments of the show are just filmed in a traditional puppet booth and there's no audio syncing at all, breaking any illusion of it being a show on television. The main host of the show is Grandpa, thankfully not the Children of God's Grandpa.
Hello, children. There's the audience. Let's wave hello. Say hi to the kids.
Hello. God bless you. Hi.
Grandpa is made of rubber and has teeth and is not a Muppet. The show actually consists of various types of puppets throughout the cast. Most puppets are one-off. There are a few reoccurring characters throughout the various segments, which is kind of commendable to make a ton of puppets, but does kind of lack an identity without a consistent ensemble to get attached to. There's Leo, a lion puppet, who is additionally kind of a co-host to conclude each episode, who also reports the news of God's love for oneself. There are various talking Bibles who directly cite passages. There's Mark, a news reporter for Christ, who also includes news segments. The other news reporter is Renee Lenz, a human insert of one of the puppeteers and puppet builders. There's an instance of some sailor Muppets, but they're not Muppets, they're Muppet-shaped suits, and the designs are cursed. They're like the Disneyland costume characters of Muppets, which are inevitably cursed given the inherently disproportionate nature. But what they were trying to do was create a human body Muppet like Big Bird, Barkley, Snuffleupagus, Sweetums, Thog, the Mutations, etc. Due to the fact that they need more than a hand to move, they're not built like the traditional Muppet, but these are built like the traditional Muppet. The show also has ventriloquist dummies and has some of the scariest ventriloquism I've ever seen. This shot features no human performer to interact with, and the dummy, who just has a completely disproportionate wig, progressively zooming while rambling about Christ.
To come into my heart, and I make you Lord of my life. Amen. If you prayed this prayer with me and really meant it, not only do you have a place in heaven, but God can also help you every day here on earth. Until next time, this is Stephanie reminding you that you're special and God loves you. Bye!
There's also a clown ventriloquist dummy, which is an odd thing to put in a religious preschool show because it's a combination of two common children's fears, or at least I think they're common fears for children. You know, because children aren't $30,000 in debt or whatever. The clown is my literally me character.
Well, I feel like no one loves me.
Jesus loves you, so do I.
Unlike Peppermint Park, this has the puppets interact with children. There's a puppet named Katie who has a mouthful of f***ing teeth, which is bizarre because most puppets don't have teeth.
Grover.
Show them your teeth, Froggy.
Grover, I was going to say to you, you know how I'm a frog, you know?
Yes?
Well, frogs do not have teeth, Grover. No teeth.
Open your mouth.
Compared to a lot of God's creation, He does care about us. And here's a poem about that.
Glad to see that Marmaduke gets a cameo. Star Wars is also parodied.
Between our champion of light, Luke Faithwalker, his trusted companion Han Solo, and his sidekick Chewbacca.
Which takes advantage of the arguable Methodist themes in Star Wars given the Holy War between the Jedi and the Sith being the main conflict of the saga. One of the main segments of the show is the Weiser family. However, the Weiser family segments are reused from their own show, the Weiser Family Puppets, which is the more documented of the two shows. In fact, their VHS tapes aren't even super valuable. The Weiser Family Puppets consist of three main segments: the title character's songs, the title character's skits, and animated Bible stories. When the Weiser Family segments are repurposed in his reality, there's no context to anything. It just says, here's the characters, and then the song plays. Thankfully, in their show, there's a reason for the songs being sung, and the family members are actually established. The adult puppets have human hands with gloves, which are incredibly disproportionate once again. The lack of choreography in the musical numbers is incredibly distracting. It's mostly just shot, reverse shot, with nothing amusing happening.
Satan always whispers things you know are wrong.
That is why you need God's word. His word will make you strong.
Is that Chris Chan? It's Chris Chan. As a Muppet. Probably because he's dressed like Ernie, but it's Chris Chan.
You say, I have a boyfriend.
Wait, is the grandpa Bob Chandler with a mustache? The Asian girl got that John Lennon riz. A lot of the adults look high off their ass given the fabric covering of their eyes to make them appear slanted, you know, because like old people are sleepy or whatever, but what it really looks like is that they got some funky green. Some tapes package the animated Bible stories and the Weiser family, but both have separate tapes as well. The other Bible segments are just minimally animated Bible stories, and that's about it. And since the show, his reality puppet shows, has been forgotten by his reality.
Oh, baby, I love you. You know that.
Congratulations, Clifford. You got your own show.
Hold on, baby. My own show? I've always wanted to have my own show. Man, this is great. So when does it start?
Oh, in about 30 seconds.
I'll call you back.
Leading to not a revival of the original show to respect the boss's vision of it only having 5 seasons, but another variety show serving as a spiritual successor. Leading to Muppets Tonight, which is easily the second best Muppet show, not that there's much competition. The show first airing on ABC, which is owned by Disney, and second on Disney Channel, so once again, a boss-wished Disney collab. The thing about the show is that as it is a new show, it focuses more on passing the mic rather than getting the band back together, having the cast being split between old and new. Frank Oz's characters would have a less prominent role since he was busy developing his directing career. The show does partially rely on the ensemble he was prominent in for multiple characters, but the show doesn't do a poor job of balancing old with new. Kermit is not the host, which was a decision that seemingly did not resonate with audiences. And keep in mind, getting the right host Muppet was one of the issues that prevented Sex and Violence and the Valentine Show from really going anywhere without further reworking. Kermit is still in the show and prominent, but people found the change off-putting as a revival.
It's Muppets Tonight with our very special guest star, Garth Brooks. Yeah!
If you're a human being, take a break from the race.
I'm sitting with Clifford now, who is one of the newest members. Clifford, how did you hook up with these guys?
Clifford was kind of a character the boss had hoped for, being one of his last original characters, and was puppeteered by Kevin Clash, who was also playing Elmo.
Hey ho, Kermit the Frog here today to talk to you about 2 very important feelings. And those 2 important feelings are happy and sad.
Hi, Green Frog.
Hi there, Elmo.
Although originally a Sesame Street background Muppet, occasionally having Jerry Nelson's signature caveman-y gravel voice.
Very far.
We are very near to you.
Far as where we are.
Near.
Elmo wouldn't actually become an established character until 1984.
Ah, so you want to play my game too, huh,
Yes,
Elmo?
yes. Play.
Okay, well, why not?
And by 1996, he was easily the most popular character. Being the most realistically childlike, even more than Big Bird, he resonated with parents and children. And in the 90s, he was becoming a hugely popular character, really overthrowing Big Bird as the franchise mascot, if you ask me. In 96, infamously Tickle Me Elmo being the hottest toy of that holiday season, leading to grannies getting trampled at Walmart and whatnot. But Clifford never really caught on with audiences, and him being in this position of unfamiliar host really killed the chances of him being a beloved cast member given the creative risk of minimalizing Kermit. Clifford sings the theme song. And audiences were probably like, who the f is this guy? Some people also found Clifford to be racist, similar to Roosevelt Franklin.
Did somebody call me by my first and last name?
Yeah.
Clifford having dreads and not being a catfish but more of a humanoid like Scooter. You know, Scooter isn't really a random monster like Gonzo, but not quite a human like Statler and Waldorf. I've seen people ask, like, wait, what animal is Elmo, or what race is Ernie? Well, the answer is that it's just monster in orange. The reoccurring Muppet design absurdity is only questioned with Gonzo adding another layer to his character of being insecure about his appearance and unsure of his identity. Clifford is part of the whatever genre Muppet species, and some people found this as a stereotypically black design, even though once again was played by a black person. He was poorly received as host and arguably offensive, so he disappeared not long after Tonight. He has a speaking role in The Muppets Celebrate Jim Henson, and I have to admit, seeing him amongst much more beloved characters is a little off-putting. Blood think he on the team. Additionally, there were later allegations of sexual abuse against Kevin Clash, and Clash would resign from Sesame Street in 2012. There were 3 sexual abuse charges that were dropped, so nothing was ever proven. That happens a lot in Hollywood, and of course the outcomes of cases are always up to debate. But whether he's guilty or not, Clash's reputation isn't the cleanest. Yet another nail on Clifford's coffin. Clifford would also appear on Channel Awesome's Top 5 Worst Muppets list, next to Robin the Frog, what the fuck? Also next to Pepe, what the fuck? Speaking of, Pepe was easily the most notable of the original characters created for Muppets Tonight. Other characters created for the new ensemble include Seymour, the theater elevator who was often seen with Pepe, Johnny Fiamma, a crooner Sinatra insert, and Fiamma's pet monkey bodyguard Salmonella, Howard Tubman, a rich pig with his butler Carter, Bobo the Bear, a less cartoonish bear who is the security guard of the Muppet Theater and is an upgraded design of the bear family that Fozzie meets in Manhattan. Bill the Bubble Guy, the guy who has one talent, shooting bubbles from his head, the punching bag of the group, a fill-in for Scooter, Dr. Phil Von Neuter, a mad veterinarian, and Spamela Hamderson, a parody of Pamela Anderson's role in Baywatch. Not that shit reboot with nothing but dick jokes.
My front bump. You got it. Huge dick. Big dick.
With a reoccurring sketch of Bay of Pigs Watch, similar to the Pigs in Space reoccurring segment, but parodying Baywatch. Pigs in Space was brought back with a sequel reoccurring segment titled Pigs in Space Deep Dish 9, seemingly a homage to Star Trek's various following series and creative interpretations after the original. Leonard Nimoy himself even making a cameo.
Excuse me, Miss Piggy, but that's where you're wrong. I believe it was episode 12 where the Enterprise was invaded by an evil race of super intelligent bubbles.
No wonder you're canceled.
There is also a noticeable edgier tone, as this was the 90s, an era where the standards of what you could do on television was being shifted thanks to shows like Ren and Stimpy, South Park, and Beavis and Butthead, in addition to fulfill the original vision of the Muppets having a primarily adult demographic. It is a little dated with its 90s edge, but it is not a huge issue. Also a little dated is some of the parody humor.
I don't understand the concept of changing. Why do they call it changing? My parents say they're going to change me, but then after they do, I'm exactly the same.
Hey, Jerry, Elaine, am I going bald? Because I think I am.
Baby Jerry, can I borrow some spare formula?
Help yourself.
Giddy up.
Other parodies include E.I.E.I.OR, a parody of ER featuring Fozzie as a veterinarian, which is similar to the reoccurring sketch of Veterinarian's Hospital on The Muppet Show, but taking a further parody approach. Yet another veterinarian segment, Tales from the Vet, a parody of Tales from the Crypt, a reoccurring segment hosted by Dr. Phil Von Neuter. Rolf has one speaking line in the Garth Brooks episode.
But when I club...
Rolf being played by Bill Barretta, who would not speak consistently with Rolf for a fat minute, but he does a great job, and Barretta's Rolf is one of the strongest vocal recreations of a Muppet character. And a black and white picture of Scooter can be seen in the Tony Bennett episode, seemingly in memoriam of Richard Hunt. It's an enjoyable show, but its largest issue is its inferiority to the original. The magic of the previous cast being seemingly uncapturable. The new cast additions not holding a candle to the original ensemble. Unfortunately, the show bombed and only got 2 seasons as a true testament to its unfamiliarity. Having Kermit and other familiar faces be secondary is a risk I absolutely commend, but sadly it did not pay off with general audiences. Like I said, the show is a passing of the mic, and maybe if earlier episodes focused more on familiar characters, the new Muppets could have been more well-liked by audiences from being surrounded by familiar characters to get their attention. Due to its failure, it's only available unofficially, including YouTube, and if you're a diehard, it's worth watching. It's a gem, but not the shiniest gem.
I'm going to stay here and wait for my client. Without me, Egbert, I'm going up to my room. I'll see you later, huh? Well, I'll be here.
Oh, cheer up, old man, cheer up. It'll come to me.
Hi guys, it's Fred!
Are you fucking shitting me? I guess Nickelodeon figured since at a point in time the web original was so popular that they essentially wanted an equivalent of the web original on their very own network. And it is the worst Nickelodeon show of all time. Now, I'm not the most credible source of that claim, but it's the worst one I've seen, and my generation of Nickelodeon was this.
Patrick dance, do the Patrick dance, do the
So it's the worst one I've seen, so fuck it, it's the worst show they've ever made. And considering the continuous corporate garbage they've been shitting out since the mid-2000s, that is fucking saying something. Even Nickelodeon's popsicle sucks. Let's look at this shit. Holy hell. One plus, they did get rid of the gumball eyes. The gumball eyes were nasty. I didn't like munching on gumballs like 10 minutes after munching on ice. It was nasty. Not many people talk about the show. Most people remember the movies and the channel, but not the show. And there is a reason Fred the Show is not often discussed. It is the most offensive type of bad where there's nothing to even make fun of. It's not even laughably bad. Because this show is so nothing, even more nothing than Fred 3, that there's nothing to even make fun of. But the premise is Fred does dumb shit. There's barely a theme, there's barely a conflict. Like, at least the movies were dedicated to something, even if 3 barely had a conflict. At least there is something beyond Fred is Fred. The cast of 2 and 3 returns, hashtag not my Bertha. The episodes are only 11 minutes long, contrary to the 22-minute industry standard. And I don't have an issue with short stories, but it's very apparent that the stories are so short because it's so creatively bankrupt. I don't think anyone involved had any ideas. Nothing is unique about the stories. It screws up even the most basic aspects that even the shittiest Nickelodeon sitcoms understand. Fred is by himself most of the time. Once again, Bertha, or just a friend of Fred character, is just heavily underused because Fred is far less annoying when there's more than one character on screen, which is unfortunately not common for most Fred media. He does get some other love interest. They don't do anything. They aren't likable, but they're there. There is not one fucking original concept in this entire show. Fred makes a love potion. Evil Fred. Fred watches a scary movie. Fred makes a song. Yeah, that's right, there's a new song to the Fred discography. Do the motherfucking figgle wiggle.
Every day I eat cheese fries. Then I say hi to my pet fly. I like stuff up in blenders. Once we set my stats, cheese and tender.
It even retconned previous lore. Originally, his full name was Ferdinand Figglehorn, but here it's Bagel Frederick Figglehorn.
Your first name is Bagel?
Yeah, my mom loves breakfast.
Also, Kevin has a different sister that's not Talia. I forgot to write that down in the script because the human mind can only contemplate so much Fred Figglehorn at once, but that's a completely inconsequential retcon as well. I have nothing to say about it, not because it's mediocre, but because it's abysmal. It's a rare and insufferable type of bad.
They did not ask to be brought into the world, but into the world they came. Their code is a law unto themselves. Offend one, and you offend them all. And now, folks, if you'll just step this way, you are about to witness a most